his name because I swear he was a Nebraska football player back in the day.
Oh, really?
And but we couldn't confirm that. His name just sounded really familiar. And then from Duncan, Nebraska, that just rang some football bells for me. And I couldn't put it together. So that may or may not be true. But anyway, that going to all those has been fun.
Yeah.
It's been a good time.
Small. Eat it, and the farther west you go, you know, and Duncan's about far enough west. That
Yeah.
it's really starting. We've got a Senator Irving last night. We're doing a series of town halls on their tax project. We're building Scott's Bluff, there's a mask mandate. And he said out here, that'll kill it. Because those people ain't about to be told what to do. You gotta love the spirit.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really
Or
Speaking of that, I gotta tell you a story real quick. 100 years ago, when I was in the music business, I worked for good old Tom's Music out at Queen Street, Fremont. And every year is the convention for all the music programs.
Okay.
Public youth,
Sure.
public youth programs. So every year they kind of move it around, but it's more on the eastern and closer to the bigger cities. Well, one year, Scott, and so we drive up to the high school where was it the high school? Whatever, something like this. And the marquee, the kids had put on. Hi, Mayor.
Oh, yes. So funny.
But they were so thrilled to have it.
Oh,
But
yeah.
knew that most of us had traveled a long way.
No. Yeah, we can do it again, okay?
Okay. Well, good.
Are you gonna do it again?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, I sat at your house to look for this, and it wasn't my chair. I know. I gave up on you. Fine, no, it's. Anyway, I was thinking of you, okay. You know my friend? You like to sit. Where's the juice?
I'm doing that. And so I'm just doing that. And you're yeah, I thought I really miss it. And
That's a secret for most people. When they have to go. Yeah. Well, and when one topic comes up and the comments gone, we will have a chance to get back and talk about it. Yeah, no, and we. And obviously, you may probably know where you all are, but if you'll do it, that's perfect.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
You know.
And I don't know if it exactly applies. 12, says, when you need the work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's it. Absolutely. I know it. Yes, yes.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Just beat me up.
Yes, you bet. Oh, he knows it. He knows it. Yeah, absolutely.
And the way the events are lining up. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is their project. Yeah. Hold the intersection. Their first mature year, that's what we were talking about yesterday.
So I told her.
Oh,
I don't know. What? I told her to be able smoke and mirrors. So we'll see.
I really don't know. I'm not-
Oh, this is good. Thank you.
I started.
So you can see everybody. Sure.
Huh?
Yeah.
We'll sit behind, we'll hide behind Steve. That's the darts have to hit you first. The darts. I sent you. Great. Congressional testimony of PhD. Okay. Sure. I've seen so many. I've looked at all that. So. She even goes through. It's like, you know, and
Correct.
if you take multiple influenza vaccinations, your chances of getting the next round. Things God told me his immune system was. Again, I don't.
Sheehan.
Yeah. But there's no question.
So yes, so that's how.
Sheehan.
Either trust him, trust him, or trust him. Well, I was just thinking. Don't know how it's gonna roll.
Vern's good. Yep, he's good.
Okay, welcome everyone. Before we begin, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Time is now 6 o'clock. We'll open the 2021-2023 biannual budget hearing and budget summary meeting to order. The copy of the Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. At this time, we'll have roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. Seven council members are present, Mayor.
Very good. Moving on to item 1. 2021-2023 biannual budget hearing and budget summary. So turn it over to Jody.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the public who are attending tonight. This is the annual hearing that we need to have, or biennial, excuse me, hearing that we need to have to discuss the biennial budget for 22-23. As I've noted in my staff report, we've gone through a large number of study sessions and whatnot. I've noted that we've left the base property tax rate levied remains the same, so that our property tax ask is actually reduced for base for all other purposes. The debt service property tax rate increased by 0.001351 due to the decreased property taxable value for the city. We're asking you to hold a second reading tonight after the public hearing, and then with the final reading being on September 14th, which would allow us time to get things arranged to get it to the state by September 20th. I believe at a prior meeting, it was noted that the state has no way to penalize us if we choose not to turn in our state budget form on time. However, the county clerk requires it in order to assess our property taxes. And state law requires us to do that by September 20th. So with that, I'll take any questions, or if you want to open the public hearing first.
Yeah,
perhaps.
this item is the public hearing, correct? Okay. Oh, yeah. And there has been a notice of hearing, was published in the Fremont Tribune on August 2nd, 2021. So this item, I will open up the public hearing. Go ahead.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. I can appreciate this is a public hearing tonight. You've barely had your first reading. There's a lot of unanswered questions that has been asked and not answered. You have yet to consider any of the negotiations that are later on in the agenda, but not now. So how is it part of your budget that you're asking us to have a public hearing on? You have a lot of priority projects that haven't been reprioritized as council had asked. There's a lot of other unanswered questions that have been left unanswered. So I'd appreciate if you could address some of the other things prior to having an official public hearing. Because the first hearing was inadequate, or excuse me, the first reading was inadequate because there's too many open-ended items. So please consider going through some of the questions and having your questions that you as council members had asked to be answered. Thank you.
Paul Von Buren, 2046 East 30th. If you would ask me early this year how many times I plan to speak in front of the city council, I would likely answered about what. It just happens there are a number of topics that have come up. But I've got a real key question for you. I tried to glance through the budget. Serious question, just answer for yourselves. How many of you understand the budget? Has it been, I'm sure you've had priorities explained or some of the high points or whatever, but do you understand the budget? Can you go through and can you identify income and expenses by department in an organized fashion? Do you, from a public perspective, we're going to be talking about salary and incentive information later tonight, and yet the public is expected to comment on the budget now in absence of that. I can't find any indication where the spending down of reserves is identified. I can't, and maybe it's there, but I can't identify the normal spending that we're proposing versus the spending down of reserves. And that seems to be a fairly important area to basic budgeting says identify the
projects, the sorts of funding, that kind of thing. It may be there, but I can't find it. The biggest question, and I guess Councilman Jensen, I don't know if you've had this experience, but there's an organization called Cargill where there are a lot of budgeting going on and a lot of submissions are requested. And one of the standing jokes, if you put a budget in there and you put an item in there, the term is, it's in there, find it. And we say that with tongue in cheek, but seriously, I can't make head or tails of most of the budget. I can't pull out individuals' salaries, see salary increases. You can with some work, but it's just not identifiable. And from a public standpoint, the other glaring question in the room is that the council passed a motion to receive a series of questions with economic justifications for some very large projects. To my knowledge, that has not even been addressed. It certainly isn't out there available for us publicly to see. And if we're going to go ahead and try to move through a second reading of this, how can we do that when your most basic questions that you answered haven't even been addressed yet? So I struggle with this whole thing. The public cannot see all the information, and yet you're asking us to comment on it. This isn't a true second reading. This is a second guess from the public. That's not critical. That's just simple fact. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Ray, and I live at 1445 North Irving in Fremont. I have spoke before, and I just have another comment that I want to make about the Immigration Defense Fund. The legal voting citizens of Fremont voted for this ordinance twice and paid taxes to build this up, knowing full well that the ACLU is very well funded and they will pounce on this when it suits their purpose. You all know that from everything else that goes on around the country within the news. Taking money out of this account for any other purpose is like taking money out of your retirement account. When your earning years are over, if your retirement account has been used for something else, you have nothing. Also, pulling a slippery end run around the citizens to try to get a joint law enforcement that was voted down on a bond issue last year is wrong. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
You gonna go? My seat's closer. Why don't you go first?
I am Virginia Coy of 1602 North Logan. And I would say, please leave the immigration alone. People, respectable people of this town voted on that. And, you know, to let them down after this time would be horrible. This is what we do. And, you know, a lot of people don't pay attention until the action is out there, it's in the newspaper, or they read it elsewhere online. And a lot of things that are so questionable with this council is that people are looking in, you know, especially in the times we live in, there is a lot of things. And as far as the budget, please be wise. You know, the Bible says to be frugal is what a wise man wants to do. And I think we all want to live up to biblical standards. And this is something that is you have a lot on your plate and a lot of responsibility for wonderful people in this town. And I mean, it truly hits the heart. I want you guys to be very wise and watch what you're spending and looking at everything what these citizens have done in this town. And that pertains to everything. The vote is so important as a love for people. Thank you.
That's pretty hard to top. I'm Doug Whitman, 124 County Road M. I'm a member of a local group called Win It Back here in Fremont, which was started by citizens tired of complaining about government officials usurping power and liberty from the people. Our mission is to advance and defend God-given liberty by promoting three principles: constitutionally limited government, free enterprise, and fiscal responsibility, which is what we're talking about here tonight. It's the proper and fair use of the taxing authority given to you, our representatives, by the people. Violations of any of these three principles threatens citizens' liberty. I understand there's a lot of reserves, which implies that you have overtaxed citizens in the past to create a surplus. And if I dare say, it appears that you're doing that purposefully so you can fund your pet projects, even though voters disapprove of them. Being involved in the property tax reduction petition drives, I and other members of our group are well aware of the resentment felt by many members of the community. Some honestly considering moving out of Fremont to try to escape the heavy property tax burden. And that's no kidding. When a city overtaxes its citizens and shows favoritism to some businesses by not taxing them for 10 or 15 or 20 years, while expecting the already overburdened taxpayers to foot their bills, resentment and discontent result. This obviously affects their pursuit of happiness and also interferes with the concept of free enterprise. Brian, I cannot imagine how hard it is to run a city. But apparently you have upset a number of people in the community, enough so that they put yard signs in their yards. When I first met you, I enjoyed your company and thought you had a lot to offer Fremont. Being a ruler is hard, trying to please as many as you can, but I know that when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. When a city has righteous rulers, the people are happy and proud of their city and its rulers, and they consent to the taxes they pay. Righteous rulers do not show favoritism. They consider first the interests of the people they rule, not their own. Righteous rulers are rare. I ask all of you to seek to be one. Thank you.
Name is Gene Schultz. I live at 2306 Gene Drive in Fremont. I have to say, I agree with about everything I heard said tonight so far. And as far as the budget goes, a couple of years ago, I asked, where is this immigration ordinance? Where's it at? Where's it listed? Jody showed me, but I don't know where it is today. And it's still in the same place, but it's tucked away someplace. And now tonight, we're told the immigration ordinance is targeted. It's going to fund 6 firefighters. A worthy cause. But why does it have to come out of the immigration fund? And I don't even know how much do you plan on taking out of there? It's got 1.3 million left after 2.25 million that it started with. But what's the idea? Are we targeting it to get rid of it? I mean, you take away the funding and you don't have anything. So I know there's people in town that would like to see it gone. Many of them are big spenders. Well, I just like to make you think about what you're doing and who you're going to affect. And well, like I say, I agreed with so far everything that was said tonight. Thank you.
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving Street. I don't know how you expect public to have hearing when you haven't talked about a lot of specifics. They don't even know what's in it. I'm not sure any of you do. Some of you do. You didn't start this process early enough. Council members have asked for specific questions to be answered. You're having a public speak on it. I've read a lot of the questions that's been brought up over the different meetings. They haven't been answered. So how do you expect the public to even comment on things that you haven't presented to the council members? They ask for information and they don't get it in a timely fashion. I'd urge you not to rush through the second reading and pass it. I know in the past, well, you can amend the budget, you can do this even in the out years, and it's came back to council and they have a big time trying to decide, well, should we pass this or not? And somebody says, well, it was in the budget. I don't know what the problem is. It was in the budget, so it's already been there. That's what happens if you pass it without taking it out right now or making sure that that's what you want. And the immigration fund, that's just low hanging fruit to you people. You think, well, we can take that money and fund firefighters. It's not sustainable, but yet we can do that for this, but not some other projects. I would urge you not to use that money and find other ways and look into the budget of where we waste a lot of money and where else you can get it. So I don't think you're ready for a second reading tonight.
I'm Ralph Larson, 1042 Davenport in Ward 3. I'm standing up tonight for the Immigration Defense Fund to stay where it is. When I first came to town, I was at a job and I couldn't believe some of the things that I was hearing and they were doing, and I was working with these people. So when this came up that we could do this, I immediately tried to help and we passed it. We spent a lot of hard work on that. I think it's wrong to defeat the fund. And I think it's a shame that we have to look into budget silos, as I've heard say on the budget. And either that or some grants to pay for the jobs that we really need. These should be just right in the budget. And I think we could find, if we start looking in the budget, I think we can come up with something better. Using this defense money is kind of like Social Security. And how is that working for you, folks? Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And there's no other action on this item, correct? Moving on to item 2, ordinance 5585, adopting the 2021-2023 biannual budget statement, term the appropriation bill, second reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Sorry. Good evening, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. as you can see, we have the ordinance, we're requesting second reading of ordinance 5585. I've included the state budget form for your reference because that's what mechanism is used to send to the state, but also send to the county so that we can get our property taxes assessed and therefore collected. So I take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Ellis.
Jody, just a very basic overview right now. We just had closed out the public hearing. What does state statute say that when we have to do that public hearing? Is that anytime during the budget process, or do we have to have a budget that's solidified before we go before the public?
We do have to wait until we get valuations in. Because part of the public notice that was published in the paper includes the valuation this year and last year and does comparisons on how much the levy has increased or decreased and what have you. So we're required, and you know, again, at training classes, we all raised our hands and said, wait, this doesn't make sense. How can you have a budget hearing that late in the process for the public to comment? And they said, yes, we know, but that's the way the statute was written.
So the budget that's presented to the citizens today doesn't have to be the final one.
No, you have one more reading on the 14th. Mhm.
But no more public hearing. So that was my comment. It's my concern was that we've done a public hearing on a budget that could possibly change.
That happens every year because anytime you have a public hearing and then it's turned over to the council, even if it's that same night, it's still up to you to decide thumbs up, thumbs down.
Okay. I appreciate the documents that were added to the budget. Just a couple of questions. The ARPA funds are showing up in 2021, 2022, but they don't show up in the previous year. Is that that's just the second or third page? Is that because we're going to use them by the second year, or are we just claiming them as income?
We received the first tranche in 2021, the second tranche in 2022. We're budgeting to spend them in 2023.
So they will be gone by the 2022, 2023, because there's no value there. So that's what, there's no value in the amount 2022, 2023. So that's what my concern was, is they're going to be spent next year in 2022 and there will be no value in 2023.
By the end of 2023, there would not be, ideally.
Okay.
That's the way that we've budgeted. Now, I doubt very seriously we're going to get everything done in 2023, but we need to appropriate for it in case we have that wonderful opportunity where contractors are just banging at our door asking us to please, can we do work for you?
Okay. I submitted a question to you several days ago via email asking for kind of a list of all the different capital improvement projects, or I guess the end question was, we're sitting at almost a $22 million reserves, and at the end of this budget cycle, we'll be down to 9 million. So I guess what I would like to know is just, I know we're using some of that money for the budget, you know, for our general operations. We're using some sales tax, property tax relief funds that are part of our reserve. So could we possibly get an explanation of how we get from 22 million to 9 million?
Sure, you actually already have that information
In front of us?
It was on the, if I'm not mistaken, the last agenda. It was the sources of revenue, categories of expense worksheet at the bottom. It shows basically how we're planning on using fund balance over the next 2 years.
Oh, yeah, which one?
It would probably be on the August 31st would be my guess.
That's again, it's, you know, it's been looking at numbers all this last several weeks. Again, that's what the budget looks like, guys, as far as trying to figure out. You have it. So in here, there's charts on the source of revenue. There's charts on general fund use.
There you go.
So this is where we're going to be spending the reserves. We're going to be spending 12. I'm not seeing anything here that resembles where the money's going. Can you pull that chart up and explain it to me again then?
Sure.
We've got personal services that we've got $12.7 million in for 2022. Contractual services 7.9
It's at the bottom.
at the bottom portion.
Absolutely. Well, let's do this one. So I'm sharing my screen now. There you go.
So we're going from 22 to 9 million. So there's, that's quite a bit of money. Where in this chart can I see that money being spent?
Down at the bottom where it starts with COVID presumptive payroll.
Sure.
That's where we're basically rolling that over to help us fund the next year because property taxes are slightly less than what we had in 2021. We move on to previously budgeted for the UDC. That was an amount that if you look back into the 2021 budget, for example, there's an amount that's budgeted to spend and we taxed for that purpose, yet we don't have that money in yet. So there's $311,000 there. Under committed funds on this screen, you'll see it's $390,000. It actually should be $571,349. Those are for funds that are already committed, specifically for the library and a small amount for the police department use. And then the additional firefighters at 302,019, that sum for 2022 is $2,675,075. Then in 2023, we're using the committed funds for the multipurpose building for the Parks Department. Their share is 2.33 million, $5 million of reserves toward the Law Enforcement Center, and then another 418,344 for the 6 additional firefighters. The sum of those two is $10,426,752, which is the amount that you were looking for the difference of.
Okay, I'm missing something here because I see the 5 million, I see the 2 million, 2.3 million. That takes us to 7. Where's the rest of it? It's in the first column.
The first column, you wouldn't include the first column because that was as of you asked us as of, yeah.
You're right. Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm still missing that. I see 7 million here.
Okay.
The top, the COVID. So we're going to spend that money in 2022.
Yes.
So that's money that we're going to spend, but that's money that, okay. All right. All right. I'll yield the floor.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Well, I want to start by saying I'm disappointed that the only ones that got to comment on item 1 tonight were members of the public. There was no opportunity for us to follow up as council on any of the items that they brought forth for discussion as a part of discussion of item 1. Fortunately, I guess they fall under what we can discuss in item 2, because several of the things that they talked about was whether or not we have adequately defined what we're spending. Have we adequately addressed the defense fund? And there were a myriad of questions that were asked that I think were really quite relevant to whether or not this council is prepared or should be prepared to move on to second reading tonight. Many of those things were asked as a result of the packet that went out on August 31st. To my knowledge, the questions that were asked have not yet been answered in any shape or form, period. I think some of those questions, whether you prefer to ignore the detailed questions that related to the specifics within the budget, there were a myriad of other questions that were pretty specific with regards to what we're doing inherent in this budget and understanding whether or not we've explored opportunities for alternative funding of some things. For example, one of the questions that was asked, what was the non-union budget effect of incremental wage ordinance step increases that we're going to discuss later tonight? How many hundreds of thousands or whatever dollars is there? There's a COLA increase inherent in what we're going to discuss later tonight.
Excuse me, Mr. Yerger, I don't mean to interrupt. I apologize for that, but that's what's on the corner of my desk here. And we will be going through it line by line.
That's great, but it isn't in the packet material that was given, so the public has no opportunity to weigh in. The questions were in the packet material tonight because they certainly got a chance to see those because I put them in there. The public was being asked in item 1 to approve a budget, as some in the audience indicated. You didn't answer any of those questions. How are we supposed to opine? We may or may not agree with some of those questions or findings, but no information has yet been given. But yet you want us to approve what you're doing tonight, and we'll answer the questions later. My problem is this all seems to be sort of backwards in motion as to what we're attempting to do. We've asked for permission to move on. Now we're asking permission to solidify and move on in second reading, and we haven't yet done those things that were addressed in those questions, nor have we, as some on council have suggested and the audience has suggested, we have several other items on tonight's agenda. We haven't yet addressed those either, and they definitely could impact the budget. Perhaps not the bottom line, but they could change things around in the budget. Other items in the second reading are definitely going to affect the bottom line in the second reading budget that we have before us. And we haven't costed those out or even discussed the impacts of some of those things. And so when we end up in this predicament, it's largely because of our scheduling, partially because of the way council or the administration set up the schedule. Part of it's because of union contract deadlines and the like, and I understand those. You can't, you're not in control of when those come to fruition. But some of the things that we have offered for discussion and alternative certainly could have been discussed before this meeting. And I think what I'm hearing from the public or heard in some of what they had to say is we wish we would have had an opportunity to address those and hear the answers from the city on those. And I know, yes, I added an item later in the budget, later in this meeting to specifically discuss those. Would have been nice, I think, for us to have that discussion before the public was asked to opine on this. And now we're being opined to move on second reading without the benefit of any of that information. It just seems backwards in many respects to me. And asking us to go to second reading, I think, is premature. So many unanswered questions, items not yet to be decided on the agenda for tonight. We haven't resolved some of the sourcing funds and options that are available to us for discussion. We haven't ratified these contracts yet. It's later in the meeting. And the law enforcement building study isn't done yet. Those costs were rejected by the voters at $10 million before and at a location on 29th Street. I don't know what the consultant's going to say in this next study, but if he says the same exact thing as what he said last time, we want it up on 29th and Lincoln Street, I can tell you the voters voted no, not only to the location, but to the amount. And here we go in this budget, circumventing them by saying, well, we'll pay for it out of reserves. That's an end run in anybody's book. I think this item should be continued. I would make a motion to continue this item until September 14th. Next regular agenda, city council agenda meeting.
Privilege motion. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis. Turn off. Brad.
Sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna second the motion just because I agree with 100% of what Councilman Yuger said. If the administration had any concern with the council's input, this would have been moved to the very last item that we talked about here in this special meeting. Because we've got so many other things in front of it that could affect a decision made on the biannual budget statement. So I am disappointed that we're voting on it so early on in the meeting when we have so many other options that we could have put it at the last item on the meeting. And so with that being said, I second that motion.
Okay, you ready, Travis? Good, Travis. All right. Cast your votes.
The motion fails 3-4.
I'd like to point out, if I could, that the structure of this particular meeting that we're in at 6 o'clock was specifically designed to receive public comment for or against the budget as required by state law. All of those other things are in the next meeting of the city council. We have no control over that. And the speed with which those contracts came to agreement, Lord knows we've been wanting to have them settled much sooner than this.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Doug Whitman, 124 County Road M. It's real hard. You brought up some wonderful points. It's real hard for us to consent to the taxation without even knowing what we're supposed to be being informed about. So I'm disappointed that only 3 members voted for that last motion. Thanks.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, and I would echo what Mr. Whitman had said. It would behoove both sides of the table to take consideration of what you are just being asked to approve by ordinance. I can appreciate the commentary by Ms. Sanders, but this has been such a convoluted process, and I believe it was purposeful. I do not believe that the majority of you understand exactly what's in front of you, what you're being asked to approve. Consider what has been asked prior by both public and by your other council members. Put personality differences aside. And please consider exactly what you're approving. If you don't understand the budget, then why are you approving it? There's so many unanswered questions that are on here. And even the prioritization of projects has been convoluted from the very get-go. The commentary about the joint law enforcement, the location, it didn't get voted down necessarily just because of cost, but because of location. The voters went against it. You're being asked to approve use of the immigration fund. The voters voted twice to put that in. They agreed to be taxed to support it. Consider what your voters have asked you to do and what your responsibility is. Thank you.
Paul Von Buren, 2046 East 30th. Yes. There are a lot of levels in this. I think the issue is probably time. No matter how complex a budget, you may not have exact numbers, but there can be projections put in, ballpark estimates. Right now, at least from a public perspective, it's a black box. We really don't know, and we don't have any way to sort it out. Jody, I've never heard anybody say anything but respectful things about your ability. So I've never worried about that. But the format of this budget And the way that it is put together would not pass muster in most organizations. When you cannot align income and expenses, look at source of funding easily toward where that funding is designated, that's not considered good accounting practices in most organizations. I did a little digging around. I just was curious about this whole municipal budgeting process, and there's a group called ClearPoint Strategy. There's another one that's called the Federation of Government Officials or whatever. But ClearPoint makes a good point in the municipal budgeting process. Many high-performing municipalities align their budget items to outcomes to demonstrate where they're spending their funds in a certain way. The highest performing have found one of the best ways to do this is to have a community dashboard on your website. It gives you a simple way to express to your community where tax dollars are going and whether or not you're meeting the goals. One of the concerns that I've expressed repeatedly here is that when you look at Fremont's 3% growth in population over the last 10 years, our negligible growth, frankly, in median incomes that have just kept up with inflation and nothing more, it's hard for the average Fremonter to watch this process going on and to look at it. I appreciate the discipline. I think most of you are well-intended. But just understand from the public, you're asking us to approve and comment on something that is almost unknowable from our standpoint. And if nothing else for next year, this to me is a clear signal to clean up the process, to start earlier, to make it transparent. If budgets are complex, but if they are so complex that they cannot be explained in simple terms, it's in there, find it. And that's what scares me about this one. I don't necessarily distrust the intent, but when the public can't understand how their money is being spent, there's a fundamental problem that can be fixed, and it really needs to be. Thank you.
Denise Shannon on Zoom. Denise Shannon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I've actually lost what I was going to say exactly, other than the fact that I'm upset that you guys failed to against or vote for the sorry. I'm just very upset that you guys are taking our vote to keep the immigration and the law enforcement. We voted against both of those things to not be touched. And yet you guys are finding another way to go around it. And it's just pretty much like telling us to take a hike. Slap in the face. And I realize you were voted in, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean that you guys are no longer have to listen to us. We are your constituents. We voted you in to represent us, not to do as you please. and ignore our wants and needs. And there's a reason why we want the immigration still intact. So please do what we want, do what we need, not what you guys like. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yurger.
Couple things that I'd like to, I guess, point out at this juncture. This meeting was absent of something that's typically in other meetings that we have, and that's an opportunity to arrange the order of the agenda. I don't know why it's missing. It's been missing on several of the budget meetings that we've had, so that we have to take things as they were submitted and placed on the agenda initially by whoever puts them there. But because we didn't have an opportunity to reorder the agenda by council vote, we're at the stage of approving budgets before we answer or receive discussion on questions. I think the public's been clear that they don't find that to be a proper way to be doing discussion and budgeting. As a council member, I don't either. I can't imagine why we wouldn't want to ask and answer the questions, get to the bottom of things before we decide whether or not we would accept a second reading, which is why I made the motion that I did, because I don't think we were ready and we didn't have an opportunity to rearrange the agenda to do it. And now we're getting ready to embark after this item on all the other items that could have been moved ahead of the first two if we had the public in mind in the first place, and we had the city council members in mind in the first place, to be as fully informed as we possibly could be in making an informed decision on behalf of the public. And for that, as a council member, I'm embarrassed.
Mayor and council, I would just like to address that. Really, the hearing and the following items 1 and 2 really should be a standalone meeting. I added items 3 through 7 later at the request of Councilmember Yurger. Typically, we don't have the arrangement on special meetings, and so I just wanted to explain myself there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council?
So you gotta vote no.
Seeing none, I take a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5585.
Die for lack of a motion.
Councilman Legman,
Make a motion for second reading of ordinance 5585.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Ready? Ready. We'll now have second reading.
Just getting the language here, one moment.
I think it's clear at the bottom. You can find the page for it, Tyler.
The page number.
don't have page number. Jody, you know what page number it is? You know what page number it is, the ordinance?
Looking for the page number here.
Okay, I have it here. An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska to adopt the budget statement to be termed the appropriation bill to appropriate sums for necessary expenses and liabilities and to provide for an effective date on second reading.
Moving on to item 3. Receipt and discussion of September 1, 2021 council member requested 2021-2023 biannual budget questions. This is item added by Councilman Yerger. Go ahead, Councilman Yerger. Okay, Councilman Ellis.
These questions came about after our last meeting. And we thought instead of throwing them out in the meeting, we would put them together in a list and submit them to Jody. And again, some of these answers would have sure been nice to have had before the vote that just happened. It's a shame that that vote had to take place after the public hearing. Anyway, I guess I need to just open the floor back up to staff to see if these questions have been answered.
Mr. Mayor, can I, Jody Sanders, can I enter these into the record?
Yes. Take a motion to receive. Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to receive.
Councilman Legman.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
You want to share your screen again, Jordan?
So I've printed out for you everything that I'll be showing on my screen this evening. The first question regarding the non-union general fund budget impact of the incremental wage ordinance step increases. What, if anything, is already included in this budget view? And when we're saying that, we're referring to the attachments with the August 31st agenda. And the answer to that question is approximately $38,300 is included in this budget view. What is the non-union COLA, cost of living adjustment, included in the general fund? Oh, shoot. What is the dollar amount? And is this already included in this budget view? It is. For what you're seeing, a COLA increase of 3.5% was included for both ASME and non-union employees. The effect of this increase on non-union wages is approximately $64,000. The third item is please provide the council requested job evaluation salary comparables for city administrator, utilities administrator positions. And I've included that in tonight's packet on page 249 of your agenda tonight. Must be. Okay, so. Share. And I want this one. See if I can make this a little bit bigger. Here I've listed out the current configuration at the top, where we have the city administrator position, which is currently at a 45.5 grade and a step 8. And that salary is the salary and benefits are being split 50-50 between the city and the utility. And the question was, what would it look like if we went to a city administrator standalone versus, and then a general manager standalone? And you can see the difference to the city would be an additional $62,000. The addition to the utilities is $147,000, almost $148,000, for a total of $210,000 being added to the city's bottom line. The question was also asked about city attorneys. Currently, we have approximately $458,000 split between the city and utilities, utilizing the law firm of Adams and Sullivan. If we were to go to an instance where we had an individual appointed city attorney, and then a paralegal or a legal secretary, we're showing the split for those positions. The difference there you can see is an additional $31,000 to the city and an additional $21,000 to the utilities, for a total add of $52,000. So going back to the next question, what was the assistant city administrator's position's current wage and salary level, and the position's fully loaded salary? If this position were eliminated, what's the overall budget savings? And I'm assuming that you're only looking at the assistant city administrator for the city salary. The current salary is approximately $132,800, with benefits totaling approximately $43,300. The maximum budget savings, if this assistant city administrator position were eliminated, would be $88,050. The next question, how much biennial savings would the city realize if contracted services from Forever Home were budgeted at $200,000 for sheltering and $37,000 for animal control in place of the city's animal control department budget? I'm referencing Exhibit A. So I've listed this is the animal control expenditure budget. You can see the total is $319,000 at the bottom. Forever Homes contract at $237,000. The difference would be $82,000, which would be considered a savings. I noted that the current arrangement of 3 CSOs split 70% on police duties and 30% on animal control duties. The police duties have the same effect as adding, and I apologize, this is 2, yours, I think also says too, it should be one additional officer in terms of the hours saved by the current certified staff at the police department. The CSOs are handling the nuisance calls, the complaint calls, as well as helping with evidence management. I don't know, checking in evidence and making sure that it's secure. Further, the amount noted for animal control provided by Forever Home in question 5 would only offer 1,100 hours of animal control, where under the existing arrangement, the city is receiving 1,800, almost 1,900 hours of animal control services. Back to the questions. Under revenue budget worksheets, I'd like to thank council members Yerger and Ellis, because it was a little bit like a little treasure hunt, trying to identify exactly where you were looking, but I think I was able to identify those places. The questions were regarding the $840,000 in federal funding, and then what was the increase in the local government services in the police department. And Exhibit B shows you the amount that was received for presumptive payroll. In the police department was $840,000 that was asked about. The increase in the school resource officer, that position had not been in place in the schools during 2020 and 2021, partially due to the pandemic. In conversations, my understanding is that the police chief has been in conversations with the schools, and that position is expected to resume. So I can't speak to exactly what this arrangement is right now, but typically they pay for one police officer position, the school resource officer, they pay 75% because the school is in session for 9 months of the year. So back to the next question. In the general fund facilities, state funding, what was the $562,000 for? That was on Exhibit C. And it's the city's receipt of the second half of the Civic and Community Center Financing Fund grant provided by the state of Nebraska. Oh, let's see here. Let's get that back up there, sorry. You can see the first tranche was received in 2019. For this particular grant, the Civic and Community Center Financing Fund grant, they pay 50% of the grant award basically at the beginning of construction. And then once you have all of your expenses together, the project is complete, you turn it in. And Lottie did that for us in 2021, and we received the second half of that funding. That was for the auditorium remodel. The pages that I'm bringing up, they all refer back to previous agendas. So this is information that has been provided previously. My point is not necessarily that why, of course, everyone should know this. I'm just simply saying, I'm not hiding the ball. All of this information was here. On the general fund parks, why is there no anticipated federal funding? That's the next question. So coming over here, I've said to see Exhibit D. So I've listed out in the Parks Department, you can see. Thank you. Wish I could do that. You can see that we have federal funding over here in 2021. That federal funding was related to the 2019 flood. It's a reimbursement for costs that were incurred during the flood event. We're not budgeting to have a flood in the next 2 years. I'm joking, but where we did budget, though, we still have some anticipated repairs. So we've shown anticipated federal funding for the Hormel Park boat ramp. And in addition to that, amounts that were for the trails projects. You can see the dollar amount that we have there, the 1.147, that includes the amount for Hormel Park. General fund, enhanced 911. I'm noting that this isn't a general fund item. It's a separate fund. The 911 is a separate fund. And the question is about agency income and why did it double? And why did bonds notes increase by $600,000? So I'm referencing attachment E. And you can see where the question came from. We have $700,000 coming over in 2021 into this fund. And then in 2022, it does raise to $1.4 million. Where that comes in is the increased costs. There were a number of questions kind of related to this same topic because the police and fire contribute to the fund, and actually their portion is debited to their department and then comes over as revenue, as agency income into this separate fund. The reason for the largest reason for the increase is there are new service agreements due to the new countywide radio equipment. The other piece, when you're looking at from what you budgeted versus what you actually spent arena, you can see that we budgeted just to have $997,000 in agency income in 2021. And we, in fact, only used, I can't see, I'm sorry, it's on my screen, $746,000. That is due to those empty positions that we talked about where Shelley hasn't been able to fill all of the dispatch positions that she has. So when we go through the budget, we are assuming she would be fully staffed for the entire year. The other piece, right below the $746,000, right below that is $144,000. That came in as well for a presumptive payroll. And so as we went through the process, that also decreased the amount that we had for agency income because that was subtracted first before we billed the fire, police, and the sheriff's department over at the county. The question on public safety bonds, a portion of the public safety bonds for a new law enforcement center would need to come over to help pay for the new equipment that would be required should they relocate completely, because you can't just unplug the 911 center, carry it across town and plug it in again, because there's a lot that can happen between times. So that's why you're seeing that additional amount showing, assuming that we are doing bonds for that purpose. You'll also note while I'm here, this wasn't a question, but I'll offer it up. Just underneath the $600,000, there's a $400,000 amount that is user provision of fund balance. That is using fund balance of the 911 fund. The governing body put in their initial documents that they wanted to set aside $50,000 a year. Is it 50,000 each? 25. 25 each. The county and the city contribute $25,000 each a year to save up for equipment replacement. So that $400,000 is using that fund balance for the purpose that it was set aside for. Okay, so the next question, ARPA fund. Can funds be used as a source of funding for any stormwater related projects in this budget? The answer is yes. It can be. Number 6, general fund special projects. Again, it's not a general fund, it's a separate fund by itself. I've already talked about what the increase in federal funds of $1.1 million was for. And then the intercity funds transfer, what's the $2 million for? I'm referring you to Exhibit F. And you can see that's the $2 million is for the Rawhide Creek Trail. The transfer noted here is coming in from sales tax. It's being used as the local match for the federal funds that will be coming in for that project. Okay, let's go on to the next page. The City Employee Insurance Benefit Fund, use provision of fund balance, what's the $882,000 for? I've got that on Exhibit G. And you can see the $882,000. It's the projected use of fund balance or reserves in this fund. If you recall, when I went over these funds in one of my presentations, we talked about the fact that this fund has too much in reserves. And so trying to get that amount back to both the employees and the employers as soon as possible. We're using fund balance, $882,000 in 2022, as well as $974,000 in 2023 to get that fund balance reduced to a more equitable level. And under DU Electric Fund, why no off-system sales estimate down $8.4 million? And I'm referring you to Exhibit H. So looking at Exhibit H, you can see that we had $8.4 million in off-system sales in 2021. 6 million of that was earned just during the February 2021 polar vortex. The city does not budget for such unexpected windfalls in its revenue projections. We just don't know that something like that might happen. So barring any extraordinary circumstances, utility staff are projecting that that Fremont's local demand will increase to a point where there will be little to no excess power to sell on the integrated marketplace. Pretty much what we can generate will be used locally. And the offset to that, well, it looks like, gee, we're down $8 million, folks. You need to take out the $6 million because that's likely not going to happen ever again. But when you look year over year, we have an increase in our revenues. That first line there in our sales revenues, we're going from $41 million to $48 million, which is a $7 million increase just in 2022 alone. 2023 shows another $7 million increase. And that's just based on projected uses. Now, should something happen and the folks that are feeding these projections happen to not get to the point where they're ready for that, we would then have energy available for sale on off-system sales. But as it appears now, we're going to be basically just providing the energy locally. Okay, moving on to expenditure budget worksheet questions. Number one, administration. Want to remind folks that there is administration and then there's administrator. This is administration, which is, we call it a non-departmental department, meaning it's not attributable back to any one or two departments. If we can allocate it back reasonably, we will, but this is administration coming through. The pension, if we look at attachment I, one of the first things that you'll note on these are the numbers are actually negative. What this represents is the amount of forfeitures that the city has been able to use under our retirement plan. Forfeitures by employees are, we're able to use those to offset the city's matching amounts. Forfeitures are the result of an employee leaving employment before they are fully vested in the employer's share of their retirement contributions. Because we don't know the level of forfeitures available, we do not budget for this credit, just to be conservative. Okay, so then we go through a whole litany of wage increases. On the city administrator, in the city administrator budget, we see increases of 2.78% and 4.7% wage increases. The year-end estimate included wages for a summer intern, while one is not budgeted for the next 2 budget years. Also, 2 of the individuals budgeted in this department are still in the step progression and are budgeted to receive 5% step increases annually, assuming merit is achieved, in addition to the projected COLA adjustment. City clerk is showing a 7.4% and a 3.9% wage increase. One position in this department had a comparability adjustment in the first year. That's why you see the increase so significant in the first year. For inspections, and then also further down, there's a question on planning wages. I'm referring you to Exhibit J. And this was from the August 24th agenda. And under the building inspector, you can see that we changed how we were budgeting for the 2 individuals that serve building inspections, engineering, and planning with clerical support. Previously, these 2 positions, one of them had been 100% charged to inspections and 50% for the other position. The other 50% was being charged to engineering. At this point, it was decided to take 33.3% of both positions, put them together, and divide them a third to each to building inspections, engineering, and planning departments. So while it looks like a decrease in the inspections department, it's also a significant increase to the planning department that had no one budgeted for clerical support in that department. Fire is showing an 18.9% increase and a 10.4% wage increase. So this includes the budget that you've seen has always included those additional 6 firefighter positions. With only 9 months at the level that you were looking at with August 31st, that we had only 9 months for the first year, with 2023 showing all 12 months for these additional positions. That's why you see the big increase to bring them all on board, but there's still an increase in the second year related to that. Also, early budget projections had the firefighters union position increasing from, in some instances, from 4.5 to 6%, somewhere in there for 2022, and 4% across the board in 2023. As you'll discuss later this evening, that is not how the negotiations landed by the time it was all said and done, but that's what you're seeing in the budget that was presented to you. Police, a 13% increase and a 5% wage increase. So one of the first things to look at is that the year-end estimate, it is 7% below the 2021 budget, again, due to position vacancies throughout the year. So the apparent increase is only budgeting for each position to be filled the entire year. And then as more experienced officers retire and new ones are hired, and we have some promotions, the step increases have an effect. A step increase is for merit and is generally 5%. During the course of a year as someone moves through the steps 1 through 8. In 2022, there are approximately 23 positions in this department that are due a step increase of approximately 5%. So that's why you see that large jump in the first year. Animal control, how many personnel are in the budgeted wages? 3 employees have 30% of their time and wages attributable to animal control. That's where we're at right now. I've already talked about the increase in planning and noted that you should see Exhibit J, which is the same one that we looked at before with the planning department. The Parks Department has a 42% increase and a 4.5% wage increase. This department had a significant vacancy for 9 months of 2021, being the Park and Rec Director position. That resulted in the year-end estimate being 27% less than the budgeted amount. The increased budget to budget year is only 3.8%. If you look at it from a budget perspective, it's just that the year-end estimate was artificially low due to that vacancy. Library wages, a similar situation. This department had a significant vacancy for 11 months of 2021, which resulted in the year-end estimate being 20% less than the budgeted amount. The increased budget year to budget year is 0.6%. And the reason for that slight increase is as those positions that were vacant were filled, they were filled at not necessarily a lower job grade, but certainly a lower step. In the cemetery, there was an increase of 10.4 and 4.1% wage increase. There is a comparability wage increase for the cemetery sexton position in the first year, as well as a budgeted increase for seasonal park rangers to remain competitive locally. Waste treatment wages went up 14% and 5.9%. This again was from the August 24th agenda. Under the wastewater treatment plant, we are proposing an additional wastewater plant operator 1, and this position is deemed necessary for operating the new lagoons at the wastewater treatment plant. There is also a projected increase due to a promotion of a wastewater treatment plant supervisor. And the dollar amounts are showing on this worksheet as well. Also, the sewer fund wages went up 15% and 6.2%. Again, I'm guessing where that number came from, but referring back to that same exhibit. We had a position that was a 3/4 time position that went to full-time during the year. And so that first year, you see that the increase kind of hit. The second year, it's, you know, when you're going budget year to budget year, the impact is not as significant. Okay, so gas fund wages went up 6.7% and 5.7%. This is due to the projected COLA increase at that time, August 31st, was higher than where it will eventually settle. And I'm not going to say what that amount was because we are still in negotiations with IBEW. In addition, 8 of the 12 individuals in this department are scheduled for step increases in 2022. And then many will receive another merit increase in 2023. Those, you know, that's something new. Our gas department has been traditionally a more mature workforce. And as the folks are retiring, we're starting folks out at a lower pay grade. Or excuse me, not a pay grade, at a lower step. The other expenditures, budget worksheet items, engineering. Too far up, sorry. Professional services, what's the $200,000 increase? This is primarily for an engineering consultant to work on a citywide drainage study, as well as half of the city's share of an aerial photo of the city and any additional GIS support that's necessary. Under photo equipment, what's the $60,000 for? It's under the fixed assets. So you could look at the engineering section of the capital improvement plan. The projected expenses include an infrared traffic counter, replacing the department's plotter or it's a plotter scanner both, and an upgrade to the department's GPS unit that they currently have. And those are listed on the capital improvement plan. Under HR, this is the city's HR section, and there's a 63% increase in the charge from the utilities. So if you recall, HR is the department that we budget for in the Department of Utilities. And then the costs come over to the city, basically at a 50-50% split. I've got an exhibit to show that an HR position that was previously 100% to the city. But even within that was split. Do you remember what the split was? Oh, was it 50-50? 50% to facilities and 50% to the city's HR department. This person stays where she is, but her position is moving into the HR department as just a member of that department. And then her wage will be included with all of the rest and sent back over to the city for that percentage. So in this case, the utility is picking up essentially a half of a person, but the city's picking up that half when it's split out again. And you'll note that further on in the agenda, I believe it's on page 399 of tonight's agenda, both the HR tech positions are projected to receive a comparability adjustment. At 40 minutes, do I have to stop talking?
Since these are questions from council, we'll just keep
Okay.
it going, Jody.
I'm fine. So for the police, the question was about member services, why the $800,000 doubling of costs. This account contains the cost for the city to participate in 2 interlocal agreements. One is the cost share for the 3 Corp Drug Task Force. The annual amount is around $46,000. The second is 90% share of the city's share of the communications or 911 center. The fire department also contributes the other 10%. And that split was based on call volumes when we went to the joint 911 center. Please note that the amount paid under member services and then also shows under agency income in the communications center are based on actual activity, not on budgeted activity. So we don't charge the county and we don't charge ourselves for things that don't happen. So the doubling of cost is a 76% increase from 2021 from the year-end estimate, but it's only a 31% increase budget year over budget year. As noted below under the question on enhanced 911, there's a $200,000 projected increase in service agreement expense that is recovered from this account. This is due to the new countywide radio system for Motorola. The governing board of the communications center voted to approve this additional amount. So it needs to come over into this budget. Also on Exhibit L, you can see the change in budgeted payroll from the year-end estimate, which is substantially below budget and the amount budgeted in 2022. At this budget level, the same number of employees were budgeted. However, as was explained last week, when positions are not filled, we end up not spending as much. So we'll go over and take a quick look at Exhibit L. So you can see the change in payroll that I noted. We had budgeted for almost $900,000. We only spent $781,000 or $82,000 in personal services for 2021. We're budgeting the $929,000, almost $930,000 in 2022. That is with the existing, because the change for that extra half of a person will be in the third reading. This is what you were seeing from where the question came from August 31st. Also, I noted the service agreement, the increase in the service agreements as well. So, when you take a look at this budget overall, you can see that, we've increased $500,000 in 1 year, and then another $1 million in the second year, due primarily to that budgeted expenditure for new equipment in a new law enforcement center. Capital under and outlay. Why up $150,000 and $487,000. So it's under fixed assets. I've referenced that you can check the police section of the capital improvement plan. Again, that was included in the packet tonight, but then also on August 24th, I've also prepared an exhibit for you that just shows those totals. What the spending is specifically for that total. The purchase of a new generator, the new building equipment that appears in 2023. Some HVAC split units, a workstation monitor tier project, as well as emergency medical dispatch project. And Shelley has that at $51,000, all in 2022. So you can see here at the bottom, the $133,000. Did I jump one? This is 911 and we need police. Excuse me. Did I not save it? It looks like I didn't. Nope. Here we go. Sorry, Exhibit S. If your printed copy shows L, it's Exhibit S. So you can see all of the items that are listed here for the police department. Of note, I believe there was a question on why one of them, the motor vehicle section, I believe, went up so much in 2022. And that is because we're actually having to buy 2 more cruisers, as 2 of the cruisers that were purchased this year were sent down to Omaha to be have the radios and all of the things that are put into a unit. They were at Jones Automotive, which happened to be the weekend that the Old Market area flooded. And so those vehicles were totaled. Their insurance are paying for it, but we still need to show the expenditure out. So when you're looking at the capital outlay for the police department, that's why it looks like they're buying more vehicles in that first year, because they really are. Showing up here about the third line. They have $199,000, almost $200,000 in 2022. And then in 2023, it drops back down to $125,000. Oh, it does say Exhibit S, sorry. That was my mistake. So the animal control, and it's noted here that there was no biennial budget for 2020 and 2021, and that is an absolutely true statement. However, the police department's budgeted expenditures, less the $5 million that was included in the 2021 budget for the law enforcement center, you subtract that out, obviously because it was not built. The police department budget is still under budget if you take the estimated expenditures for the police department and animal control. They still have $260,000 left in their appropriation. So despite the fact that there had not been a budget for the animal control, the police department is not going over budget because of that service. The question was, under other capital outlay, why is there a 2021 $28,000 budget for donated vehicle? The vehicle was not donated. The funds to purchase the vehicle were donated. The question came on other contractual services in the animal control budget. And I started to answer this question as I would for any circumstance. It's very common for department heads to budget a token amount somewhere between $1,000 and $5,000 in other contractual services and other commodities. It's a miscellaneous account. But to be sure, I spoke with Chief Elliott about this particular question, and he believes that this was an amount budgeted in the unlikely event a CSO is unavailable, for example, to take an animal to Omaha for emergency veterinary services, as there are none available in Fremont, on nights, weekends, that kind of thing, on holidays. And then the city would request that Forever Homes Inc. handle that emergency for them. Under information technology services from DU. So this is, we're looking at the city's budget, the city's general fund budget. There's a line item that comes in as services from the DU. The question is, why is it up 73%? So under, I've got under Exhibit K is an explanation for the salaries and employee benefits. The short answer is that, as was noted at the August 24th meeting, the city is budgeting for a new position in that department. So we'll go back to Exhibit K because information technology also shows on this page. And this is an explanation of why you're seeing the increase in the salaries and benefits, the projection of a new position. And then also from 2021's budget to 2021 actual, there was the replacing a half-time utility worker 1 to a network PC tech position that happened during 2021. The impact year over budget year, you can see there's $300,000 in each year. So that explains the utilities are somewhat different. The account numbers have a separate range for salaries and then employee benefits below here. The other large increase in the IT department you'll see is service agreements. I've listed out in that in the answers on the answer page a number of items that make up the difference from 150,000 essentially to 330,000. excuse me, that 150 to 300,000 was for minor equipment and software, minor computer equipment and software. The service agreements are also what you see a large increase in of like $300,000. The reason for that is we pay, many of our service agreements are on, for example, a 3-year term. And this is the year that many of them come due. We budget on a cash basis. You know, my first thought was, well, if it's a 3-year contract, we should only be expensing one year at a time. But when you're budgeting on a cash basis, when the cash goes out, and in order to maintain the level of service that we have with folks, we go with 3-year service agreements. And I'm speaking out of turn here, but my gut feeling is I don't have Nick coming and asking to do, the IT director coming to do a multi-year service agreement with the brand new company he has no experience with. Generally, these are like Central Square, the company that provides our enterprise software, those kinds of, in Microsoft, those kinds of agreements are where you see that happening. So general fund, the pension decline of $48,000, that's a duplicate. And I refer you to exhibit 1, or excuse me, exhibit I again, or attachment I. Grant appropriation, what's the $500,000 for? I was asked a question recently about how does one go about making a donation? And I described what that process looks like. Departments actually prefer cash donations so that they can get the equipment that they need, certain brands that are comparable or compatible with existing equipment that they have. So in an effort to budget for that, we budget for an appropriation of $500,000 for grant spending, along with a $500,000 for grant revenue. That appropriation, by doing it that way, it doesn't impact the property tax request. It's property tax neutral because they cancel each other out. Under the city attorney, legal expenses, legal services is the total expense of $440,000, and the $220,000 charge to DU for a total of $660,000. And I'm referring you to Exhibit O. You'll note that the $220,000 number is listed as a negative number. So when we pay Adams and Sullivan, we pay the whole invoice out of the account for legal services, and then we split that amount in half and credit this department where you see the negative $220,000. And then charge the utilities for the other half. That comes in into the utilities, into the administration funds. And Dan, we looked at that earlier. Does that go into all 4 of the funds? Yeah. Under the 905, there's a separate, is it administration? Okay. Let's skip over to Exhibit O to take a quick peek at what we've got there. So this was the question here with the 440 and the 220. That's the way it's presented on the city side. The utility side is a little bit more convoluted because when we have administrative expenses come in, we allocate them to the 4 funds, 40% to electric, 15% to water and sewer, and 30% to gas. Had some questions on sales tax. Again, this was a little tough to find which ones we were talking about, but I felt like they went in order. So the transfers in capital, what are the 1 million and 4.4 amounts for? And I've referenced Exhibit P. Oh, shoot. So you can see the amounts that are listed down at the bottom, which are the questions. I've noted that typically the first account there is used as property tax relief to pay for police and fire department non-capital expenditures. There's actually an error here in that the last two lines have been transposed. The $250,000 should be the amount that's coming over for property tax relief. The $1.8 million is the amount that's coming over from capital. And I've included a snippet of the capital improvement plan in the general fund. And you can see the amounts that we have down here under sales tax 55 of the $1.83 million. And this one is 4.1 because it includes the $250,000 that belongs on the first line there. So this is a page that we'll be correcting for the third reading. The next one is the special infrastructure revenue. What's the $2.8 million going out? And I'm referring to Exhibit Q. For infrastructure. And I've done kind of the same thing here where I'm showing the totals that were asked about. And when you come down, you can see that 56 we had. The first section is from the street department's capital improvement plan. They're along the bottom of the street department's capital plan. And you can see that we've used or we budgeted to use $725,000 in out of 56, which is sales tax infrastructure, and then $2,010,000 in special projects for the Rawhide Trail. The remaining balance that's going out is a transfer to the utilities for the East Interceptor project. I'm showing those two amounts. We have bonds that we continue to pay, and part of that sales tax provision included an amount for water and sewer improvements. We're on page 6. Oh, we're on page 7 of 7. So yay, we're toward the end. On the street fund principal payment, what's the $1 million payment? I was a little surprised to see that because in fact, in the first version of the budget, it did not have that. It was on the second reading, or the first draft didn't have it, but it was added for the first reading. And that's the principal payment on the highway allocation pledge bonds that begin in 2022. The enhanced 911 is the $200,000 increase in service agreement expense recovered via increased shared cost revenue. It's kind of a duplicate question. Yes, you can see the increase in the police member services, and then also referencing Exhibit L. The Special Projects Fund infrastructure is up $2.7 million. What's that for? I'm referencing the capital improvement plan to show what those projected expenses are for. Predominantly, it's the Hormel Park boat ramp and the trails. Can you think of, that's primarily what's going on there. The electric fund, information technology, why is expense up $400,000? Again, kind of the same question. If I'm referencing you back to the info technology section above, and the exhibits that are included with that. The question, are the 250, 150, 51,000, 53,000 and 25 expenditures reflective of or incremental to the $220,000 shown in the city side transfer? The answer for that is no. I have an exhibit here that Dan ran a report for me that just listed out the expenditures just for that purpose. Let's see if I can make that smaller so we can actually see it. Going on to the next one. Where did T go? Go to the end. Well, it looks like it disappeared. Forgive me for a moment while I pull it up again. I must have inadvertently closed it. Okay. Apparently closed it because it's so big. Okay, so here we go. So the $250,000 that you see, 250,000 and then 150,000 is an amount that's budgeted into kind of the executive administration expense. It's budgeted in the event of a contractual dispute with a major contractor on any one of the large projects we currently have undertaken with the by the utilities. There is I'm not sure that threat is the correct word, but there appears that there could be a dispute coming our way. And that's why you see 250,000 in the first year and 150,000 in the second year. The next section is for under accounting and finance, and that is not attorney fees. That is actually accounting expense for the audit, the annual audit by the independent auditors that come through. And then the $25,000 and $25,000 is in the human resources section. And that is budgeted by Jennifer in the event of some kind of extraordinary employee matter or matters that come up where legal counsel would be required. And the electric fund, the question about the interfund transfer out, what's the 2023 $966,000? Exhibit U will show you that that dollar amount is a part of the 1.66666, $1,666,000 that is being transferred from the utilities to the street department for the multipurpose building. That's the warehouse's share, and it's coming out of all four funds. And I've got that on Exhibit U, showing all of those. That's the end of the questions that were listed.
Yeah, considering you got the questions Thursday, you took Friday off, worked on them today. That's amazing. Good job. Got them on Wednesday, worked on them Thursday, today. Thank you, Jody, and your staff.
Any other questions for Jody? I will second that. That was a lot of work, a lot of questions. Thank you for your hard work to you and your staff. Any comments from the public? On Zoom? Denise Shannon?
You're muted. You're muted. There she goes.
I'm sorry, I accidentally hit that.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I want to thank you for preparing the material. I realize it was a lot of work. As hopefully everyone else in the city government realizes, it's a lot of work for council members when we get a budget on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday and are expected to respond to it on Tuesday. Because it's a lot more pages than 7. So having said that, I do compliment you for getting it done. I'm not as happy with the fact that we didn't get it. I can't speak for Councilmember Ellis, but for myself personally, the staff has repeatedly taken the opportunity in these kind of circumstances to give all of their information and their one-sided approach to all of this at these meetings. So we didn't take questions at every one of these. We probably wouldn't have been prepared to ask follow-up questions on any of these necessarily because we weren't given the material in advance at all. And maybe you got done today. Good reason for why this kind of information, which I found helpful in many respects. I don't know how informative it was to the public, but the point was for some of this, it would have been useful in determining whether or not we should go to second reading with some of these questions that were answered this evening, but after we had already moved to second reading. So for that, I'm not as pleased. One of the takeaways that I want to make from this, and I'm interested in your comment. We have in large measure explained away budget versus actual differences as, well, we didn't spend what we had budgeted for the previous year, and therefore you really probably shouldn't have compared to the actuals. You should have compared to the previous budget. You wouldn't have had the increases that you have. I sort of agree with that, except for one thing. If we budgeted the money high, or for whatever reason we didn't spend it, the comparisons that were made and the explanations that were given tend to lead me to the conclusion that in large measure, we pushed a lot of funding from what would have been spent on salaries and wages or those kind of departmental expenses into where? Capital reserves, where we say, we can't spend them because now they're capital reserves. We couldn't spend those wages that were foregone in a lot of these departments on funding firefighters, for example, but they would have been wages and salaries had we spent them. But now because we underrun, they're now capital. And I think Councilman Ellis was attempting to point that out previously. We are in this process of whether it's because we can't fill the jobs or whatever, we over budget, we underspend, and we create reserve. And then we can't spend reserve on the things that we think we want to spend it on because now they got to be capital. I don't like that process. It is what it is, but I think it was getting to the point where part of the reason for those questions, at least the ones that I contributed, I was on a mission in some cases to find where are the resources that we could fund firefighters other than spending down or defunding the Immigration Ordinance Fund. There are places, and you identified several of them this evening, where we didn't spend what we had for salaries. We had the money, we got it in our hand, and we're not going to spend it on salaries for something else, even temporarily. We're going to defund the Immigration Fund instead. One of the other observations that I made as you were going through, I think that your statistics that you offered here, and they were in the budget packet before, there were revenue neutral, not revenue, expense neutral changes supposedly for administrative job positions, except for fire. We were going to put 6 firefighters on, the rest was neutral. Originally, we were going to add 2 police and 1 utility. Those were the instructions that I received from the city administrator. But when we looked at the summary of employees, it was supposed to be neutral. I looked at that and it looks like to me, if you add all the puts and takes, planning goes up and engineering goes down, vice versa, you do all that that's on the sheet. I could be mistaken, but it looks like there's $27,000 out of balance. Gee, I thought it would have been zero sum because we didn't change any employees. We just moved them around. But it looks like we moved them around and didn't come back to a zero sum game. So those kinds of questions and the ones that we had about the COLA and the wage increase step positions and how we administer those and et cetera, et cetera. Those are the kinds of things that I think, at least from my perspective, we were challenging staff to, you can go find money to fund 6 firefighters without the immigration fund. And I think you identified a lot of them for me tonight. And believe me, if I had been given this in advance, I would have added them all up as we went through tonight to see if it added up and would have covered 6 firefighters or the lion's share of 6 firefighters. Because couple that with some of the jobs that we were proposing that maybe could be eliminated, would have been, if not half, 2/3 of the way there, which is what I expected all along. And if we couldn't find another $100,000 or so in the budget to fund the firefighters without doing the immigration defunding, then we weren't looking very hard. And those are my observations as I listened to this. Again, I thank you for doing the work. I wish that personally, I would have had this before tonight to do this live. And the fact that we weren't doing dialogue back and forth on each question, which I'm sure nobody on council wanted to do anyway, but we could have done it because we asked these questions in advance. And had the administration been courteous enough to council all along to schedule discussions like this, roundtable discussions where we could have sat around the table and discussed these things instead of in this kind of a forum where we really can't ask one-on-one questions and get to the answers. Other communities did it that way. We put all this at the end and expect everybody to assimilate this. And so I'm appreciative of all the work that you did at the end. And I hope you have to appreciate for every council member here, what we have to go through to analyze that kind of a budget in a couple of days.
Councilman Ellis.
Jody, I do appreciate the work you put in. I know it's hard. Believe you me, I've put in a lot of work right now myself on this. And I stopped after about the 3rd or 4th page, asking questions, typing wow, because I didn't want to interrupt you because I knew it was going to be a long presentation. And so this, I do appreciate the information. It does help a lot, but it also asks some more questions. And again, this really should not have been done in front of the city council meeting. This should have been done in an administrative meeting or a roundtable where the council could have sat and chatted about this information. And I'm sorry that it didn't happen. Like Council Yerger stated that many other cities have that pleasure of doing that. A couple of takeaways. You mentioned several places here, study results like the city administrator's salary or the assistant city administrator's salary says from the study results. Was that studies that you did? Please don't answer. I'm just going to use my 5 minutes and then I'll let you talk. But the study results were mentioned many times in here, and I would like to see those results because a salary for $171,000 city administrator does not even equivalent to what I looked at as far as trying to find what other city administrators are working with it in other cities our size. Where does the reserve come from? We as a city are very blessed to be sitting on almost $22 million in reserves. And that's something that's just kind of mind-boggling right now. And I know that my answer, if somebody were to ask me, is we tax our citizens more than we spend. And so I would like your answer on where does those reserves come from? Because it seems like the process that we've been using is not right because we continue to build on these reserves. I would like to see us as a city council
reevaluate this process and figure out how we can do budgeting better besides over budgeting and then using the excess to fund capital projects. There's got to be a better way for us to say, this is what it's going to cost us to run the city. These are the projects we want. So let's budget that in one sum. And hopefully at the end of the year, we come close to zero. We have some extra. I know we have to carry some over, but it just seems like the model that we're using is just, you could never use it in your home to budget with. I noticed there was a lot of increase in salary. I mean, that was huge. I mean, we've got in front of us tonight 15 step increases. We have step increases that you said are step and merit increases. Can you explain that a little bit? Does an employee get a step increase every year, or does their merit have to justify that step up? Because you're saying that's about a 5%. So the number one question is just how much money are we spending for this next 2-year budget on increases in salary? So I'm going to release you. I got 1:30 that I'll let go of, but 3 questions. And if you need me to answer them, ask them again. I can. Thank you.
The study I think that you're looking for was conducted by Paul Essman.
He's here.
He's here. And, if we want to do it now or when we get to the salary ordinances themselves, he will discuss the results that he went through. So that's question number 1. Where do reserves come from? Reserves come from a variety of places. We budget conservatively on other revenue. We know pretty much what our property, we do know what our property tax request is. The rest of the revenues, we budget very conservatively because we don't expect, generally speaking, 5% and 6% increases in sales tax every year. Interestingly, I was speaking with the finance director in North Platte today, and she commented that their sales tax had gone up significantly last year as well. So I think it maybe was a function more of people staying home and ordering from Amazon than it was maybe quite so much growth. But certainly we budget for reserves very conservatively. On the other side of the coin, we do budget for not necessarily what ifs, but all the things that they plan to do in a given year, particularly those things that require outside services. We have very little control over the availability of contractors or the availability of materials. This past year was a perfect example of that, where we bid out projects and didn't even get any responses because everyone is busy with other projects. So you see that those are generally speaking larger capital items. So the reserve that was anticipated being spent is still in reserve. Another area, as we've talked about, is we budget as if every position is filled the whole year. And the fact of the matter is that is not something that happens. There are some departments that are fortunate and keep people. There are other departments that for a variety of reasons are unable to keep their positions filled. But we have to have the appropriation in case we do get fully staffed and people are here the whole year. Otherwise, we'd be coming back with a budget adjustment or a budget amendment simply to pay salaries. So the attrition factor, I think, with our salaries is one area, and that would be the primary reason why I had advocated against adding positions in the police and the dispatch area when it's clear we can't fill the positions that are there. That is the reason why. I am aware of where we are with reserves, and you could visit with any number of department heads and you will hear that I asked hard questions of them. Jeff Shanahan at the power plant in particular, we went through his budget pretty much line by line and talked about, Jeff, or, not all of these things can happen. Well, I need budget in case they do. Well, no, you need to draw the line and figure out a way to come in at a particular number. I didn't come up with that great idea. That was Troy Shaven. But we acknowledge that this but it appears to be over budgeting. I think it's conservative budgeting. We are aware that those reserves are growing and we are trying our best to address it. Certainly the property tax request reductions are going to end up taking care of a lot of that. As you can see from that sources and uses report that I showed you, we came within $13,000 of actually spending everything in that $21 million budget. So it's not something that I'm sitting here saying it doesn't exist. I know it exists. And we are taking steps administratively to address that. Your third question, step increases every year. So if you have in your agenda tonight, a salary ordinance. It's a grid type of approach. Typically people, depending on the job, some people start at a step one. In many positions, and again, this is driven by the contracts, the union contracts or the employee handbook, there is a progression through the steps from 1 to 8 that employees go through. Yes, they do have to meet requirements in order to get a merit increase. It's not a guaranteed automatic 5%. It is based on merit. There are certain metrics that they have to hit. Particularly, there are a number of positions, a utility worker 1, utility worker 2, maintenance worker 1, maintenance worker 2, that as they go through, they actually jump a grade even as they go through that because they've hit certain metrics, but none of it is just automatic. And typically it is an annual amount. It's not something that people typically don't. I think there's one exception in line worker apprentices, I think, that's in the handbook that gets it more frequently, but by and large, it's once a year. I can point you to the.
I thought you guys threw it out to us at one time. There was said something like 500,000. I can't remember what, but this is what it's going to take your own merit, hold it, and everything.
Your mic's not on. Go back to the spreadsheet, Jody, where we have.
I think if you look at the executive summary in tonight's agenda, it's probably the second page and about the middle. There's a dollar amount attached to that.
Any other comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem.
No, I just want to echo the thanks to Jody and the staff. And certainly I always think that when there's questions by public or by council, they should be answered. And I know that was a number of questions and certainly appreciate our councilman putting those questions forward. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? If there are none, I'd take a motion to receive the September 1, 2021 council member requested 2021-2023 biannual budget questions.
We received it.
Do we already receive it? Okay, we're ready to go. Okay. Time is 8:20. We'll take a quick break. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is how you know, this is how you follow the process and make everybody else aggravated. If somebody has that's aggravated everybody else. Go ahead and take
I should get my drink of water. 1 minute left. I'll leave you.
I love your tone. Oh, I love that.
It makes sense, but it it's in there.
Yes.
Sally. Speaking for Sally. Flag is one, too.
don't think, I don't think we have to worry about being done before 7. Last year, we said we're gonna have to do something other than before 7. We can't start the next meeting. I don't think we have to worry about that.
28. No. Yes.
It's all there. You can't sit down and go through this. That's an open, that's a meeting of the open meeting. You'd have to do it 2 different sessions. One more than 4. That's crazy. And you'd say, well, they heard this, they heard that. Or so.
All right, we're gonna get back started here.
I take that back.
Okay, moving on to the agenda, item 4. Resolution 2021-135, committing fund balance for immigration ordinance defense. We'll have a report from Councilman Yerger.
Yes, I added this item on tonight's agenda to do as the mayor just described, to solidify the immigration defense fund status and to basically mirror the process that was used for identifying the defense funds back in 2018 in resolution 2018-214 in prior biennial budget discussions. It seems appropriate that this defense fund should be restricted and committed funds, not general use funds for capital projects or even uses such as the adding of additional firefighters. That's not its intended purpose. That's not why it was put in place in the first place. And the public certainly has said repeatedly in several of our meetings now, that's their recollection as well. Those that worked on this, certainly the council's intent was to have this be treated that way. And so in the packet material for the council's reference and the public's reference, the documents that were discussed back in September of 2018 not only listed the various capital projects that Councilman Ellis might have referenced earlier as being identified, but paragraph 2 of that document was a discussion about the immigration funds. And it was that gave rise to my inquiry and to the language built into this resolution, which basically says we have a general fund balance today, and we need to keep that general fund balance for the strict and intent purpose of the Immigration Defense Fund. Those are my opening comments. I would like to offer the following document for the record.
Is there a second? Councilman Ellis. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
The reason for entering this document in the record would be straightforward. It is not in the packet material, so the public hasn't been made apprised of what's here. But for the record, I'd like to read this. And what this is correspondence that I had directly with Chris Kobeck, who is the city's attorney on the immigration ordinance matter. He is the lawyer that took this to the Supreme Court. He is our most educated and informed person relative to the immigration ordinance and the defense fund. And in writing in response to my question about the fund, he writes this: I'm responding in writing to your inquiry about what would happen if Fremont chose to deplete its immigration ordinance fund. I believe that depleting the defense fund at this time would be ill-advised for 3 reasons. The first reason is that it sends the wrong message. As you know, Fremont's illegal immigration ordinance was adopted by the voters of Fremont in June 21st, 2010 by special election. We defended the ordinance successfully against federal facial challenge funded by the ACLU, both in federal court and the Eighth Circuit Court of the U.S. Appeals. While that victory makes it nearly impossible for anyone to succeed in future facial challenge to this ordinance, there has always existed a possibility that that they might attempt what is called an applied challenge to the ordinance based on specific facts of a specific case of enforcement. The existence of Fremont's sizable legal defense fund has sent a clear message to anyone contemplating such a litigation. Fremont will not back down and will defeat such a challenge in court once again. If Fremont were to deplete the defense fund, it would send a message that Fremont is no longer willing to defend its ordinance. Second reason. The second reason is that the ACLU has resources at its disposal that it did not have prior to the beginning of the Biden administration. During the Trump administration, the ACLU filed numerous lawsuits against the administration and was devoting a significant amount of its resources to doing so. Now that there is a new administration in Washington, D.C., the ACLU is no longer focusing its resources on defeating administration policies. Consequently, the ACLU has the ability to redirect those resources to taking on cities and counties. This has already happened in Texas, where the ACLU has been sending threatening letters to sheriffs who are trying to address the surge of illegal immigration there. Third reason is that current conditions at the border, combined with new employment opportunities in the Fremont area, have created highly probable that illegal aliens will seek to reside and work in Fremont. As you know, the crisis at the border has resulted in approximately 200,000 apprehensions per month by Border Patrol, the highest level in more than 20 years. With a large number of those illegal aliens released into the interior of the country, it is extremely likely that the Fremont area will see a significant influx of illegal immigration, making the ordinance more important than ever. In short, the current environment has created a perfect storm. In my opinion, now is not the time for Fremont to be eliminating the excellent defenses it has put in place. I think he's kind of said it all with the three summary reasons for why we would not want to defund the immigration fund. I know there's been movements across the country to defund the police. This is just another one of those kind of things. We can fund firefighters by defunding the immigration fund. As I attempted to point out earlier and through previous meetings, there are plenty of other reasons and places to look for funding the firefighters, which I fully agree with. We need to do that. But using the immigration fund for that purpose is not that. I think we need to take the advice of the most prominent lawyer we have serving us in this area. He has served us well. He is advising against using the immigration fund to fund firefighters or do anything else that would deplete from a capital perspective. So I offer it up for comment.
Councilman Jensen.
Well, for one, your opinion of Chris Kobach is a lot higher than mine is and a lot of other people. This immigration fund, we're not even talking about using the immigration fund only if we don't get SAFER grants. And after 10 years and never being challenged, and as long as we don't administer it any differently, there's no reason to believe that it will be challenged. And even if it is, and even if we use those funds, we can replace them. We will take care of it. I'm going to make my motion. I think we should continue indefinitely continue items 4 through 7 on this agenda.
There's a motion on the table.
We should do one at a time, but motion to continue item number 4.
Okay. Motion to continue item 4 indefinitely. Is there a second? Councilman Legban.
If there's any way we could find some way to leave this fund alone, no one's talking about depleting it. We may have to use it for a while till we get the SAFER grants or we find other means. But we're not talking about depleting it.
We can't-
So I will second that motion.
There's no
Privilege
discussion. It's a
motion, yeah.
privilege motion. Yeah. Okay, motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Questions for Councilman Yerger? Councilwoman Ganem?
No, I have some questions that we spoke about briefly because sometimes it seems self-serving when the person that we send $10,000 a year to writes the letter of support. But I know we pay for legal fees if we were ever sued as a city. Did I misunderstand or understand? Would they not represent, if we were sued, would they not represent us? We're already paying someone. Did I understand it to be that way? Or like, okay, would your office represent Fremont or Lamb? Represent Fremont, the legal defense?
It's my understanding that 10,000 a year is just to keep him in case a lawsuit arises. That doesn't cover his legal costs. So those would be in addition to the 10,000.
I understand that part. We send him $10,000 a year just to retain him in case we get sued. And so he already has $100,000 that he's pocketed. But besides that, we do pay for legal services in the event the city gets sued. Would they not cover this? And could we not ask Chris Kobach to be the representative without sending him $10,000 a year? That part I don't know.
He offered to do it for free anyway.
I mean, I'm not understanding if we already pay for legal fees while we're retaining someone else.
He's the guy.
Well, he's the guy that wrote it.
I think, yeah.
Order. There's no conversing
Oh,
between.
yeah, I'm sorry. Excuse me, sorry about that. So would they not cover it, or do you know? We don't know. Okay. I guess that's an answer too.
Well, I don't know if there's necessarily a ceiling to the amount that the city would be able to use as a defense to any challenge. But the city was successful in a challenge before. And I think that was prior to the fund being created.
So they would, so the answer is they would represent us? The people we're already paying? Also? Well, for next, well, no, we already have insurance with them, so I don't know. It was just a question.
Councilman Ellis?
From my understanding, we pay a retainer fee of $10,000 a year. This council has repeatedly voted in the majority to send that $10,000 as a retainer. If by chance we were to ever get sued, we have this money sitting in this category that we could then use to fund the defense. We do have attorneys on staff. Well, back then we had an attorney on staff that could defend us, but we also have Adams and Solomon that could defend us at a fee. And so that's what this money is set aside for. Whether you like it or not, this ordinance is in the books. I think it's our physical responsibility, and I know I said that wrong. It should be financial. It's our financial responsibility to not touch that money until we as a community decide where this is going. And right now, we've elected as a city essentially to not touch this, to not enforce it like it was written, to not do anything but set on it. So I would believe that the best thing for us to do is simply just not hit the hornet's nest and let that fund sit there until we as a city decide where we're going to go with this. I believe by this talking, by going through these questions, by that's my belief since day one, is we have the money. We need 6 firefighters. It's gonna cost us to be $460,000 to $500,000 a year. I don't believe our chances of getting a safer grant are very high. If you go out and read the FEMA application for the safer grant, it is based off of need. Our city has already budgeted for these firefighters. Our city is sitting on $22 million in reserves. That doesn't look like need at all. So for us to think that we're gonna go to before the FEMA and ask for it, I can't tell you what yes or no, but my gut feeling is if a FEMA auditor is sitting there looking at our application, it doesn't look good. So I believe that we've got the money somewhere in here, all these little things that we've gone through tonight, that we should be able to find the $500,000 for the next 2 years and put these firefighters permanently in our budget, not money that we're using that it's going to dry up after a certain amount of time. So we are talking, we're not going to deplete the fund, but we will sure eat it up pretty quick. And so that's why I'm strongly against tabling this. I think that we as a city council can find that money somewhere in this budget to pay for these firefighters without depleting or using any of the defense funds. Thank you.
So I just want to, give a little bit of history on this. I had Tyler look back and look at the fund and go back through the minutes of council meetings and see what kind of discussion was going on. Again, this has been 10 years or more. This fund was created. And, when you look back at the minutes, there were multiple meetings where this fund was discussed. One in particular was to, use it to reduce the levy. And one in particular that stood out to me was back in 2017, September 26th. The minutes say a resolution committing fund balance for immigration ordinance defense and implementation and enforcement of necessary police station updates. And so this item committed funds for improvements to the police department out of the immigration defense fund. And that motion carried 7-1. So this is back in 2017. So this idea that this is the first time this has happened, my goal with the budget from my comments from the start was I did not want to raise the levy. And, we did have to look at all different options, considering we had a decrease of valuation of 3.6%. And not to mention, when you look at the increases in salary that are coming up the next 2 years, the increase in expenses that the city is going to incur, and now we're not going to increase the levy to pay for those, that increase. Yes, part of that is using reserves in the temporary, so we're not overcharging the taxpayer like was said tonight. So this is not something that has not been done before, considering that it's 2 years of backup of funding for firefighters for 6. There's still money left in there. Lots of money to defend this ordinance after that. And then in 2 years, we reevaluate where we are. This is what council did back in 2017 with police station improvements. So I just want to, reiterate some of those things and say that, when it came to this budget and my goals for this budget and what our community needs, there was a lot of things that went into that. And one of them was to not put more of a burden on the property taxpayer and understanding the needs of what we do have in the fire department. So, I just wanted to bring that up to council tonight. Council, this is your item. You can do with it what you wish. But I just thought council and the public needed to understand that and know that. Are there any comments from the public?
Doug Whitman, you know where I live. I've got a copy of a little thing here I want to read. This is in preparation for the 2011 budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2010. The city of Fremont has prepared a projection of potential costs related to the immigration ordinance now being defended in the courts. Based on estimates developed with input from Chris Kobach, the attorney defending the ordinance, the city administrator is recommending that the city council budget $750,000 for 2010-11 budget, raising the overall property tax rate by about 5.8 mils. This would mean an average tax increase of $116 per year on a $200,000 home. And then here's the key point. If estimates prove to be high, any excess would be returned to the taxpayers by adjusting the 2010-2012 mill levy. Okay, so they even, and the people of Fremont willingly paid that extra money from their property taxes in 2010 and 11 and the next year to do that fund, to defend it. Part of that fund was in case we lost, that we would have to pay the plaintiff's fees. But the ACLU had charged us $1 million, I think, if they would have won their case, but they did not. So, and I agree with Mr. Yerger's opinion that Chris Kobach's opinion is very valuable. And I think it's very wise. Some of you guys always won't vote until you have well, what does staff say? Or what does council say? Here's a guy that's nationally known for this issue. And he recommends not defunding the defense fund. So that's all. Thanks.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. Sustainability. This is a temporary Band-Aid. You want to take money out of the fund. Mayor Spelberg, you had mentioned that you look back in the minutes. You didn't go on to say that there was a cap on the expenditure for the police department improvements. One of them included the roof. And some of it was the HVAC system because it wasn't cooling, but it was a limited capped amount because the intent was to leave funding in place earmarked for specifically for attorney fees if needed. Councilman Ganem had mentioned, would our city attorneys defend us? Yes, they would help defend, but there is a city experts for city law. There's contract attorneys, there's civil attorneys, there's criminal attorneys, and there's specialized immigration attorneys. I have spoken at several federal immigration hearings for various persons in our population so that they could stay in this country and try to attain citizenship. They have to have specialized attorneys. So an immigration attorney is just that. I don't like the immigration ordinance. I've always been very public about that. But I also don't like defunding something that was intended and paid for by the taxpayer. They willingly paid additional levies on their taxes in order to fund this. We did rob from Paul to pay Peter. We helped fix some of the repairs on the police department, but that was a capped amount. The intent was to leave over $1 million in that fund. So yes, I'm sure that our law firm, whether we have an in-house attorney or a firm themselves that also have various attorneys on their payroll at various disciplines. Some are disciplined in civil, some in contract, some in criminal. Just like we need our specialized attorney for immigration. So that's the point I'm trying to make. The other point is, remember, the voters didn't vote just once, but voted twice to support this. And they also allowed themselves to be taxed. That's how much they wanted. And it did fracture the city at the time. And I get it, Councilman Jensen, you don't like it any more than I do. But again, those that went before us voted to put this in place. Thank you.
My name is Joe Prytower, 2105 North Union. I have in my hand a letter from a gentleman that is currently in the hospital that could not present for himself today, and I would like to read the letter for him. My name is John Wiegert. I live at 222 Sesame Street, and I'm fervently opposed to using the Ordinance Defense Fund to pay for the city budget that is out of control. This was not the reason why the Defense Fund was created. I was one of the three who was instrumental in getting this ordinance to the vote of the citizens of Fremont. It was not an easy task to take on. The three of us had to raise money on our own and fund volunteers to help us walk the neighborhoods and collect thousands of signatures from September until February. The only reason we were so dedicated to seeing this through was because of a corrupt city council in 2008. Now I'm seeing the same type of corrupt behavior by Brian Newton and Joey Spellerberg in their attempt to get rid of this ordinance for good. Once you defund it, it's gone. It's as simple as that. Everyone can see that this is your end goal. You guys don't want it. The Economic Development Council doesn't want it. The Fremont Chamber of Commerce doesn't want it. Remember, our government is of the people, by the people, and for the people, not of the businesses, by the businesses, and for the businesses. Brian, I still remember when you interviewed me for an assignment when you were working on getting your credentials in order to even be a city administrator. Why they hired you without these credentials is still mind-boggling to me. But I remember asking you straight up if you were willing to try to get rid of this ordinance. You looked me in the eye and said, "No, John, I wouldn't think of going down that road because the people of Fremont have spoken. They voted for it twice." Well, you're right, Brian. They voted for it twice, even by a larger margin the second time around. I'm all for whatever Chief Elliott and Fire Chief Burnt need to keep our city safe. But using the Immigration Defense Fund is not the way to do it. The city budget is out of control, and most of it is because of the ridiculous salaries and positions we have. Brian, your salary is around $300,000 with benefits. My first question is, why do you need an assistant? Is it so you can have more time to fly your plane? You make more money than Governor Ricketts or Governor DeSantis of Florida. The money we use to pay you, your assistant, and the other worthless positions like the CSOs should be going to fund these 6 firemen. And while you're at it, I say a few more police officers and a new police station. I also say if anyone should be getting a raise, it is Chief Elliott and Fire Chief Burnt. These 2 men do way more for our city than you will ever do. Thank you, John Wiegert.
Paul Von Buren, 204-6 East 30th. As I mentioned at the last meeting, the elephant in the room with the illegal aliens, why, if you look at, if they weren't serving a purpose, they wouldn't be welcome in this country. And the purpose that they serve largely is for business, to keep wages down, and landlords love them. And those were the exact entities that have fought this all the way through Fremont. It's literally the businesses and the landlords who have fought the people of Fremont over this ordinance. A couple of points. I believe if you look back, Chris Kobach has offered to do the retainer for free, but I believe it was Mayor Getchman that insisted that we pay him. And so I wouldn't put this, I don't know, you can double check me on that, but I believe that's correct. A couple other things. My understanding of the abortion law in that just passed in Texas that was tested before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court did not necessarily hold the law. They refused, they said, as far as we could tell, it's legal, but they sent it back. Now it's pending individual case challenge, someone showing who they were harmed. That's exactly what this is. This has been tested all the way through the 8th Circuit Court. The Supreme Court refused to hear it, but the pending argument is now if somebody can step forward and show that they were personally offended, damaged, what have you, they now have grounds for suit over this order, over the ordinance. So the concern among the people of Fremont, and I'll be honest, what we fought as far as keeping this ordinance with the council, then through 2 elections, was the city council. Now, none of you, I believe, were on at the time, and I appreciate the attitude that you've shown in general. But frankly, it was an arrogant city council and administration that drove this whole national fight. Just simply saying what the people want and are demanding isn't what we want. So we're going to vote it out. And that's what precipitated the last fight. I can give you a way to fund this. First of all, using temporary funds to fund permanent positions is honestly irresponsible. Let me give you a statement from the Government Finance Officers Association. This is a municipal group. A budget that may fit the statutory definition of balanced may not be financially sustainable. For example, a budget that is balanced by such standards could include the use of non-recurring resources, such as asset sales or one-time withdrawals of reserves to fund ongoing expenses, and thus is not in structural balance. Basically, what they were saying is, if you use temporary funds to fund permanent positions and you just pull them out of reserve, you don't have a balanced budget. It's not a sustainable budget, and that's from a municipal group that sets standards for municipal government. The way that you can remedy this, go back and do the same thing the year that we defended the ordinance, I believe 2014. Right after that, there was another election. That election took away the cap on economic development funds coming in from tax revenues. I believe the cap was $300,000. Go back, put that cap back on. We've had a lot of economic development, and the 2022 projections for those revenues are $1 million. Let the public go back and cap that for public safety. I promise you that one will pass. Reinstitute that election. You've got $700,000 sitting there for 2022 that would be readily available for this funding. It's not hard. The people support it. The only reason we're in a crunch now is because the money was taken away then. And the responsible thing to do is put it back. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Zoom, Denise Shannon.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Denise, you're muted.
Okay, now?
Yes.
Okay, so you were talking about how it was borrowed back in 2017, and that was 4 years ago. We don't know what lies ahead, especially with you guys. I mean, Lord knows what your excuse will be not to repay it. So it was voted in twice. It's already been proven that there's money other places that can fund the firemen's positions. So just leave it alone. It's not yours. We voted it twice now. Keep your fingers out of it. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving Street. As you can see, people are pretty passionate about this. I don't know if any of you were on the council when this first passed. I think Mr. Legband probably was. He's the one that should be paying attention to Mr. Kobach. He always wants the expert to give him the answer. Kobach is an immigration lawyer. He is in it. Sure, we have lawyers that'll probably defend us. They'll probably charge a lot more to defend you. But he's the one that knows about this. And for you to sit up there and want to go against the people just because it's an easy place to get some money. We paid taxes for it. If you want to do something, then give it all back to the taxpayers that paid it. All of us were more than willing to do that. Twice we had to work against the council. I don't see as you're going to win any favors from anybody in this community that had to fight. If you're not for it, that's too bad. It passed by the people. And so I think you can find in your budget elsewhere to get the money. And it's just not the right place or the time. The way the situation is on the borders, people are watching and they will attack this again, just as soon, especially if you don't have the money to fund it. And then to say, well, we're not going to defend it all. We're just going to use part of it. Where are you going to get, if you can't find the money to fund your budget now, where are you going to find the money to fight that case if it comes before you next year? Just answer, where are you going to find it?
Any other public comment?
My name is Gene Schultz. I live at 2306 Gene Drive, Fremont. I guess Doug was reading some of the same information that I was reading earlier. Back in 2010, during a public hearing on the budget, the city administrator, Bob Hartwig, after consulting with Chris Kobach, the attorney defending the immigration ordinance, made a recommendation that the city council budget $750,000 for the 2010-2011 budget. When I looked in the archives at the minutes of the September 14th, 2010 council meeting, it said City Administrator Hartwig stated the 2010-2011 budget had 5.8 mils to raise $750,000 to cover the defense of the ordinance. That was its purpose. During the budget hearing, Lisa Crame, KRAMME, 1680 North D, asked if Mr. Kobach was still planning to defend the city free of charge. City Attorney Skokan stated it was fair to say that Mr. Kobach's fees and expenses are not a significant part of the funds that have been raised and budgeted. An article posted on the city website dated August 17, 2010 states, if estimates were to defend the ordinance proved to be high, any excess would be returned to the taxpayers by adjusting the 2011-2012 mill levy. Let me point out that no money was returned to the taxpayers. Instead, in both years of 2012 and 2013, additional amounts of $375 were raised. Then in 2014, the city added another $750,000 to the defense fund. This brought the total in the defense fund to $2,250,000. Since then, $950,000, nearly $1 million have been taken from the fund because now you report there's just $1.374 million left in the defense fund. At $10,000 per year, Chris Kobach has only received about $110,000 in that time. Other costs to defend, implement, and maintain the ordinance haven't been excessive, but the future is unknown. Currently, there are nearly 200,000 crossing the southern border in a single month. How many are drug runners, sex traffickers, or MS-13 members? We don't know. The Biden administration is relocating them around the country to who knows where. This isn't a good time to defund the defense fund, but that appears to be your intent. Let me say it again. In August 2010, City Administrator Bob Hartwig stated, if estimates to defund the ordinance proved to be high, any excess would be returned to the taxpayers by adjusting the 2011-2012 mill levy. Again, the defense funds was increased for 3 additional years, and no money was returned to the taxpayers. And now you want to defund it out of existence. I think the ordinance needs to be unimpeded. You should honor your commitment. That is what the voters expect. firefighter funding should not come from an unsustainable source. You have several options available. In light of all that has been said tonight about the defense fund and who it should be and what it should be used for, did anyone in the public stand up and agree with the staff suggestion to deplete the defense fund? I didn't see any. The 551-65 ordinance was voted on twice by the citizens with nearly 60 to 40% split. The 60% side was outspent by at least nearly 10 to 1, as I recall. Apparently, they couldn't buy the votes. It seems to me, if you vote to defund the defense fund, you are voting against the citizens. I've got lots of things I'd rather be doing too, but I'm here. It's because I think my voice should be heard. Does my voice matter? I know a couple of months ago, there was an attempt to keep me quiet by reducing the time I could speak. But here I am. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
In light of the comments raised by the public tonight, and this is a sensitive topic, there's no question about it. It's been a sensitive topic ever since this was passed, but the people have spoken. And I think the people again have spoken eloquently again this evening with regards to what this fund's intended purpose is. If you're going to not use it for its intended purpose, then it's supposed to be returned to the taxpayers. If it was to be refunded in the future because it's been defunded, it would have to go back again for permission to the taxpayers to refund it. And all they're saying is, don't take away the money we've already given you. We already paid our dues. And when we have our expert in the area of law in this particular area of defending this particular ordinance that's gone all the way to the Supreme Court, and we want to follow the expert advice as we're often admonished to do, I don't see any reason for us not to follow that advice and the expectations that have been made tonight from the citizens of Fremont. And in all good conscience, I would hope that the rest of the council would join me in saying it's appropriate for us to set this fund aside at this time. That's what it was for. There are other ways for us to fund the firefighters. We need to find those. We can find those. But in the meantime, we need to do what we need to do for the public on this matter. And that is to set these funds aside, just as they were earmarked for their original intent. And so I move that we approve resolution 2021-135. I guess it's 135, is it not?
Councilman Jensen.
Turn off. Brad.
I didn't agree with a whole lot of the statements that were made out here, but I certainly appreciate the right of everybody to have them. I would offer you it was made about a 60-40 split. Wasn't that about the split for the mayor's vote? My opinion here is the voters in Fremont voted for Mayor Spillerberg. This is his administration. This is what he wants to do with this budget at this time. And you're talking about ordinance like we're automatically going into this. And this is only if we even, this is only going to happen if we don't get the safer grants. And Councilman Ellis says he doesn't think we will. I've heard from other experts that thought it was a slam dunk, it was a shoe, and we should have been asking for it before we did. That's how I only comment on it.
Are there any other comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem.
And I was just trying to think of some compromise, and I know we have a council person here. Is there a way to cap that and say you can't touch any, it's always $1 million. It'll always be $1 million. And yet you would still have it for a roof or like the police station when they needed it. I'm just asking questions. And just like with the lawyer, you know, that's why I wanted some clarification on that more than anything else, so that I can have a better understanding.
Jody, can you go speak to that back in 2017? What was, in regards to that motion and what that was in more detail?
So as part of the budget process, we do ask council to commit funds for projects. That has not yet been done because, as has been belabored tonight, budget is coming to you late due to the salary negotiations. So we don't have the rest of those funds, but whenever a city council commits funds by either a motion or resolution, it takes an action by the city council to, if you will, undo it. So however this is described, and it doesn't have to be a sum certain, but it can be. It would take an action by council to use it for some purpose other than the, however the resolution is written. It would take another action by the city council to do that. So back in 2017, that was a motion that was made, was to reduce the fund because it had not yet been challenged to the point where we were spending significant amounts of money. Mr. Kobach has indicated that he would not charge for his services, but when there was a court challenge, he charged us for not his time, but travel costs, the cost of doing interrogatories or depositions with folks, that kind of thing. So at the time, it was determined that the amount that was out there was excessively high. And a point that I'd like to make is, regardless of how this fund is used, the minute that it's used, whether it be for this purpose or another, it is a return to the taxpayers. The problem is, the longer we wait to return it to taxpayers, the taxpayer base changes. So people that were, Bob Hartwig was an example. He owned a home in Fremont. He paid the additional incremental amount for that first year of taxes before he left employment here. He paid for those taxes. We're not going to hunt him down and find out 10 years later, 11 years later, where he lives and how much extra he paid. That's not a reasonable thing to do, but by returning it via using those funds has the same impact as refunding it to taxpayers.
Councilman Ellis?
You could use that same argument to say the reserves we have in the bank right now were paid for by previous citizens, and they're not getting the advantage of it. I liked what the citizen said. This is not a balanced budget. It's not a balanced budget if we're relying on a bucket that's going to run dry. Now take it, there's 1.1 million in there now, and we're going to have for 2 years firefighters will eat that up. And so I just don't want to pass an unbalanced budget, and I will not vote for an unbalanced budget. So.
Councilman Yerger, you have a motion?
I do have a motion on the floor, and the only other thing I'd like to add in support of passage of this motion is that we have been told repeatedly during the course of this budget process not to be using reserve funds to fund operations. This is a reserve fund. We need to set it aside for its intended purpose, which is litigation. That's what this resolution is about. The next agenda item talks about where we can go find the money, and there are other places. This item is for us to assure that these funds, as of the date that we have here, September 20th, when this budget is passed, these funds are set aside for potential litigation as they were originally intended. I agree with the audience. If we're not going to do that, then we should give the money back to the citizens that put it there. So my motion stands to approve resolution 2021-135.
So the resolution 2021-135 is committing fund balance for immigration ordinance defense. So yes. says that's the only way the money can be used, and no, it's not. Just want to make that clear for everybody, okay? Is there a second? Councilman Ellis,
Second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Order. Okay, moving on, item 5. Motion to recommend incorporation of the following 2021-2023 biannual budget modification. Fund 6 fire personnel in 2022 and 1 dispatch personnel in 2023 without using the Immigration Defense Fund. This time we'll have a report from Councilman Yerger.
Yes, and I think in lieu of the fact that the previous vote solidified the fact that the immigration fund is not usable for purposes of funding the 6 firefighters, this becomes an increasingly important item because it's all about, we want to fund the firefighters. We want to put these firefighters in place. If we haven't increased headcount since, I don't know, I'm losing the dates, 1969 or whatever, and call volumes have increased tenfold. We are certainly not protecting this city as the way we should with the requisite number of firefighters and paramedics that serve our community. So that being said, this particular motion is for us, again, to challenge staff to find the ways to fund these. And we talked about some of them already this evening. I firmly believe they're out there. With regards to how we address the salary plan, we're going to discuss that later tonight. How we handle COLA increases, we're going to discuss that later tonight. How we fund and what positions we have in city administration, we can talk about that again later tonight. There are a variety of ways for us to save the necessary funding or find the necessary funding to do this. And I just don't feel like we've been looking hard enough to make that happen. This motion would challenge us to make that happen because now we have to look someplace other than the defense fund to find the money. I'm certain that the public has been in these meetings clamoring for, we want more firefighters and paramedics on the payroll. And that's been perfectly clear. I think they're overdue, well overdue and needed. So this whole discussion tonight about the immigration money and how we fund, it's still all about finding the funds to make firefighter additions happen. It's just that we just took away the one that was being proposed. So now we need to find the ones that are. And that's what this motion is all about. Between now and the time we have to publish the budget for its final reading, go back and find the money, 400 and some $1,000, whatever, to fund the firefighters this year that we need to hire. They're probably not going to hire them all at once anyway. So the fact that we budget for all of them doesn't mean we're going to spend it all initially anyway, but we've got to budget it in the first place. That's what this is about, a challenge to go find the money elsewhere.
Councilman Lakeman.
I think it was last meeting. That's what I asked the chief. I wanted to hire 3 right away and 3 later with that safer grants. And the chief said he felt better going after all 6 with the safer grants. So I'm a little confused on all this, but I agree. We need the firemen. I totally agree. I've said that from the start. And how do we fund them? I'm not sure either. I know, Jody, we're going to throw a lot of stuff at you now trying to find that, but I don't know where the one dispatcher came up because I thought we can't fill the positions anyway. Why hire another dispatcher? So I agree we need the 6 firefighters. I agree we need to find the money because we're not sure if we're going to get the safer grants. I said that from the start. At least hire 3 right away. But I don't know how we're going to do it, but I don't really think we need another dispatch personnel right now because we can't even fill what we have, the openings we have. So I'm a little confused on that.
Any other questions, Councilwoman Ganem?
Well, then if we budget for the firefighters, then we won't need to apply for safer grants because it'll already be in our budget. Is that correct? Is that how you see it? Or do we wait and then amend the budget to include firefighters if we don't get the safer grants? Depends on time and what direction we want to go. And as far as the motion number 5, I think we could, with Mr. Yerger's approval, remove without using immigration defense fund, because we're not going to use it anyway, no matter what we do.
Any other questions for Councilman Yerger? Any comments from the public?
Doug Whitman. I have a question for you, Jody. Do you know the figures for the sales tax portion that Fremont collects every year? If my understanding was 0.5% went to streets and 0.5% went to the police and fire and 0.5% went to economic development. And you don't have those probably.
You can't answer questions.
I'm sorry. I want to commend Paul's idea, because that fund used to be capped at 500,000, I think, that went to the economic development portion of the sales taxes. And I'm not sure when that vote happened. It's been, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. But if we reduce that again, bring it back to the people, to reduce it to the 500,000 that it was for economic development, I think there may be enough in that sales tax, but I'm not sure, to fund the fire, additional fires. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Got to excuse Paul Von Buren, 2046 East 30th. Got to excuse my tongue in cheek, but I cannot wait to get home and explain to my wife that all the money that's the money that we've set aside for our grandchildren for college funds, she can now take out, buy furniture and let them sit on it, because that's the use, because she's returning it to the family. So just found that an interesting analogy. Doug might be right. That might have been capped at $500,000 at one time, but that ordinance, that was in 2014, I believe, 6, 7 years ago. And that, in one fell swoop, if the numbers are right, based on 22 projections, took away $500,000 from public safety that you could return easily with one election. That money's sitting there, and I'm sure we can always use economic development. But I think everyone in Fremont will agree right now that we need firefighters even more. There's another one that's a thought for you. It actually addresses an issue that Councilman Yerger brought up. If you get a big spade and you sharpen it and you dig real hard, you can go through the budget and you can find some pretty interesting numbers. 506,000, 454,000, 204,000, and 381,000. That's a total of $1,543,000. That is the amount over the last year, last 4 years, that we have over budgeted for salaries and compensation in the city. Now, I understand, as Jody pointed out, it's not an exact science. But over the last 4 years, we have over budgeted an average of $400,000 on salaries. That 1.5 million, when it's seen at the end of the year, as I understand, it goes into unrestricted reserves, becomes part of our reserve fund. So on average, we've got about $400,000 to play with, so to speak, figuratively in our budget. We've got another potential 500,000 sitting there with the change in the ordinance. It seems if we just get creative, we've got more than enough money that we can have access to. I know it's not that simple. I wouldn't insult you by saying those problems are that simple to solve. But the point of it is, it's a matter of will and it's a matter of finding the way primarily. Their money is there in some form. And just simply asking you to be creative, and thank you for your support on the ordinance fund. We very much appreciate that.
Dave Wardecamper, 1209 Watson Street here in Fremont. I want to address a few things that was brought up at the last council meeting. Early on in the budget process, there was discussion of hiring 6 additional firefighters. But there was a question of how the funding was going to happen. Local 1015 offered assistance and guidance from the IFF to apply for a SAFER grant, staffing for adequate fire emergency response. Subsequent budget hearings and hard work by the elected officials and city staff produced a plan to fund the additional 6 firefighters to start in January of 2022. The one thing we can all agree on is that there is a wide support amongst Fremont citizens and elected officials to increase the staffing within the fire department. It is evident that Fremont citizens desire to have adequate and effective fire and rescue response, and the volume of emergency response requests has increased to the point that response times have been affected. During the community input meetings, Matrix Consulting, the developer of the fire department comprehensive plan, identified areas in each of the city council wards that we are currently not meeting the national recognized standards. As a result of the 2 GIS studies initiated by Local 1015 and the preliminary information from Matrix Consulting, data indicates that the need for a second fire station, firefighters, and equipment to properly protect Fremont citizens. And that was on their mapping that they showed at their community input meetings. There's areas on the map that showed where we couldn't get to within the response times. During the August 31st city council meeting, Councilmember Legman proposed to hire 3 firefighters beginning January 1st, 2022 to get immediate help and to apply for a SAFER grant for the remaining 3 positions rather than waiting for the results of the SAFER grant application before hiring 6 firefighters. Even though this proposal received opposition from the fire chief, Local 1015 respectfully disagrees with the chief's decision. All 3 captains on the fire department have indicated that they are retiring within the next 9 months, which will lead to promotions and even more vacant positions. The fire department has been understaffed far too long. The need exists. The citizens deserve the best we can provide, and the budget can support the investment. The sooner we can get firefighters hired, the better. The staffing of the fire department and the staffing on emergency responses has a direct impact on the patient outcomes and survivability rates. NIST, the National Institute for Safety and Technology, showed increased rate of survivability of patients when emergency calls are staffed with proper personnel. That study was done in 2010, and they also do it on fire response. Deployment of firefighters to emergency calls is done with patients' best survivability and safety of firefighters in mind. During simultaneous incidents, not having enough firefighters on emergency calls is not a deployment issue, it's a lack of available resources. Whenever firefighters respond to an emergency and it can take and handle it with minimal personnel, I'll say lift assist, smoke detector. If we don't need all those personnel on scene, we release them and they're available for another call. So it's not like they're always tied up if they're not needed. But I will say on squad calls, you have to understand that there's more than just taking care of the patient. There's packaging the patient, getting them outside, getting them into the rescue squad. During the winter months, usually 2 guys are scooping snow to get the cots in and stuff. So it's important to keep the guys on scene. It might seem like we're showing up with a lot of guys and we're standing around, but you never know what we're going to get to. We must first correct the number of firefighters available to respond before we consider changes in response of our deployment. In closing, although the Safer Grant program may seem attractive, I encourage the department to apply and seek all forms of alternative funding. I don't believe we should delay the hiring of 6 additional firefighters that are essential to our staffing needs in order to provide the highest quality emergency response to our citizens they deserve. During the grant application process, it can be shown there was a need to hire additional firefighters immediately, and you have temporary funding and are now seeking additional funding with the grant until permanent funding can be retained. An AFG grant, Assistance.
I'm gonna have to ask
Firefighters
you to wrap it up.
grant, should also be applied for. I think you could put the firefighters on. You can show that you have temporary funding for it, and the grant would be to extend that funding. Thank you.
We have one on Zoom. Ray Tuff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Ray Tuff, 1825 North King here in Fremont. I just wanted to read to you guys the fireman's prayer. When I am called to duty, God, whenever flames may rage, give me the strength to save some life, whatever be its age. Help me embrace a little child before it's too late, or save an older person from that horror of that fate. Enable me to be alert and hear the weakest shout, and quickly and efficiently to put the fire out. I want to fill my calling and to give the best in me, to guard my every neighbor and protect their property. And if according to your will I have to lose my life, please bless with your protecting hand my children and wife. So I just wanted to read that to remind you guys that, are we even making it possible for our current firefighters to be alert all the time? Because being called back all the time, it surely would interrupt anybody's sleep. So, and I feel that the chief of police is also, or the fire chief is also in between a rock and a hard place, because he works directly under Mr. Alaska. So, you know, he could get rid of him at any time without him, the chief, being protected by the union. So that becomes a big issue. And further, just another comment for you, Mr. Skullerberg, if you're going to have a dog in your yard barking, at least keep it on a leash, because Mr. Johnson has done too many outbursts that needs to stop. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Alan Atkinson, 2476 Deerfield Avenue here in Fremont. Excuse me, I'm not a very good public speaker. First of all, I'm the Vice President of Firefighters Local 1015 here tonight. I'd like to thank the citizens of Fremont for their continued support of the fire department. Second, I'd like to thank this council and mayor for acknowledging that there's an issue with the fire department staffing. And in my 30 years of service to the city, this is the first time I believe that there has been a talk of a staffing increase. And if you didn't know, we've actually reduced staff in my 30 years. We went from 30 to 28. We lost a training officer. We also lost an office associate. Last week, the council asked the chief if he was okay with waiting until September to hire more firefighters. This was disheartening to hear from the chief, considering he said that he could use more firefighters. I'm not sure if he feels that way or if that was the feeling of city administration. Councilman Legman, you asked if the union was okay with waiting, and the question was sidestepped by staff. Councilman Legman, we're not okay with waiting. We believe that adding firefighters now is a huge benefit and beneficial to the city and the citizens of the fire department and the citizens of Fremont. I'm not sure where the funds can be found. I'm not a financial person. I believe gentleman back here brought up about the cap on the economic development. There's public safety funds if you put that cap back on. I believe one other is that we received roughly $1.4 million in COVID relief for public safety. I would sure think that that freed up some money somewhere that could be used for those 6 firefighters. Thank you.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. In 2016, there was a fair amount of money given away by the SAFER grants. 2017, 228,000 was received by Ralston, 627,000 by Sioux City. Omaha got over 1 million. In 2018, Bellevue got, Lincoln got $2.2 million. In 2018, the Nebraska State Volunteer Fire Association, which I have been a member of for many years, received almost $1.3 million for recruitment. Bellevue received in 2016, 1.9 million, and again, 983,000 in 2019. There are other grants, and it was mentioned by Mr. Wardekemper about the AFG grants. We have had a grants coordinator for how many years? Why is this grants coordinator not petitioned for these grants prior to this? You also received CARES funding because of the hours put in during this timeframe for COVID. So the consideration for those funding isn't sustainable. But as our city continues to grow, should the need be there, we still apply for them. Nothing says we can't apply for them. You may or may not get them. Nothing's a for sure thing. But there are a lot of grants given. It's just, if you've noticed on these cities that have been pointed out, none of them are as small as our community. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Todd Byrne, Fire Chief. I'm not against staffing. Part of my job also is being financially responsible. Part of the, not only being financially responsible, to making sure I do need staffing. And part of that is applying for SAFER grant. I think we have an excellent shot at the SAFER grant. We actually show a need. We actually need, the SAFER grant changes year to year. It's 100% right now what they paid last year for 3 years. That can change. It can be 75%. So we need to actually put money in the budget in case we do get that grant, and if there is a cost share on this part of the city. Now that we don't have the immigration funding is even going to be harder to find. So where are you going to find those 3 firefighters? It's going to even be harder. I think we have a better shot applying for 6 firefighters, getting that SAFER grant and showing a bigger need than hiring 3 and applying for 3 later. I think that's probably going to hurt us even more.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Ellis.
Couple of things. I just want to make reference to the cap that was put on, or that was taken off. That was back in 2015, 14. I believe that's going to expire in 3 more years, but I think it's well worth us as a city to go maybe revisit that and put it on a ballot next May, because that could definitely help out. The extra funds that the gentleman was talking about was actually for extra slots that we had that we did not fill. So that money did not get used, so then get turned around and get dumped into our reserves, which is hard for me to understand that. It just seems like there should be a way that we could put that money aside for firefighters this year. And now to find out that we're going to lose 3 of our captains within the next 9 months, that's down 9. And so we're in a hole, and the hole just got bigger. So I think, you know, we need to bring firefighters on now, just because we've seen this over and over again, where their firefighters are shorthanded. They're showing up to a structure fire with 2 guys and a truck. I hope to God, I never have to be in use of a fire utility, and they're not there. And so that's on us as citizens or the city council to make sure that we take care of the safety and welfare of the people of Fremont. So I think we need to act, and I believe we can find the money. I think it's in there. I think it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be hard or easy, but I tell you what, this hasn't been easy for any of us. So I think we need to get the microscope out, take some from here, take some from there. It's amazing how we were able to come up with the extra money for the bypass, you know, and I know it's a capital improvement compared to it, but I know we were creative then and we can be creative now. So that's what I'm asking our finance director and her staff to do, is to try to figure out a way to get this done. I've tried, I mean, me and Councilman Yeager have dug into this to try to find where we could do it. And coming back, it looks like there's places where we over budget, or we could at least scale back the budget a little bit here and there. And I think we can at least maybe get 3 on in January and look at getting more on. You know, my gosh, we're going to be down. We're going to add 6 and we're losing 3. We're going to be down 9. And so we've got to do something, and that needs to start now. So thanks.
Councilman Yeager.
I don't actually know where to start, I guess, relative to the discussion that I've heard. I appreciate so much hearing about the application for safer grants and that's still in play, and that we obviously might, you know, still have opportunity based on our applications to have that happen. What I don't want to see, and what I was fearful of from the get-go, is that we would have to wait to hire anybody till we get safer grant applications processed and a response, which puts us way out into the year. This budget that we're proposing would put firefighters into play immediately. And you can still go get the safer grant funding. If we do get it, that's additional and that's helpful, because there may be other things that we need to do in addition to that, where we can redirect the monies that we found in what we're attempting now to go on with this search. I want to speak a little bit to the dispatch function. I did have some comment with Shelley Hoserland, and Shelley was on. She didn't make any comments here, but this is on because I still feel, and the rest of the council may disagree, and you can certainly take that off, but dispatch gets fire and police to the scene. If firefighter calls and paramedic calls have gone up 10 times, did not dispatch calls go up 10 times? They must have, because they can't get there without. Same is true for whatever's happened on the police side. Now we've added animal control to that process as well. One of the things that I know in my discussions with Shelley was just, well, if we have to decide between firefighters and dispatch, let's go with firefighters. I'm willing to sacrifice. But here's the thing. She's working her people 60 hours a week on a continual basis, from what I understand, every day of the week. That's not a good job offer to somebody that says, I want to hire you. This is your wage. It's down here. And we want you to work 60 hours a week, and you don't get weekends off or holidays or any of those kind of things. That's part of the plan, because this is an important job and you got to want to do it. It's tough to sell. As a result, it's tough to fill the jobs that she has. Being able to tell people that are applying, we're going to be getting additional resource because of the workload that we have had. And so hopefully in the future, with the resources that we're budgeting, we won't have to require you to work 60 hours a week and every weekend and holiday. That's part of the story that you need to have if you want to fill the jobs. And so, you know, I'm not to say that we have to do that. I think the motion on the floor is going to be for us to staff those positions and to find the alternate funds. If the staff comes back and says, we can't fund it all, we can't find enough money, fine, we can talk about that, but we haven't looked hard enough yet. That's what this motion is all about. We took away the funding from the immigration fund. Now we need to challenge ourselves, council members and staff. Let's go find the money. We've heard some suggestions from the audience tonight. Those are helpful. We've heard some of the discussion between the things that we got from answered questions that left open the door to show there's money available. We just have to go and pursue those things and start adding it up to see if we get to the requisite amount. I think we're pretty close in some of the calculations that I've done offline, that we can get pretty close. If not, we can find that extra amount that we need, but we need to be looking for it. I think Councilman Ellis put it right. It's not an easy task. We don't have a lot of time left. But this has been an issue that's been raised for several meetings now, and we haven't really challenged ourselves to find the money. This motion challenges us to find the money. And we need to pass this tonight. So I would make a motion to require the staff to find the alternative funding for the firefighters and 6 firefighters and a dispatch personnel.
Oh, all I'll say is our fire chief just got up here and said that to get the 6 safer grants, if we hire 3 now and wait, that risks the whole safer grant in its entirety. And so, you know, I do trust our staff's comments on this in regards to the best way to fund this. We also have to be responsible with taxpayer dollars. And you know, there was a proposal to use the immigration dollars. That is not going to be there anymore. That's fine. But, you know, we are giving staff a very hard job, considering that if, you know, we've already got a low valuation and we're trying to make this work so we don't raise the levy. So we're going to have to start talking about now with council about raising the levy if we want to do what we want to do with the fire department. And that's a serious conversation that this council will have to have then. An alternative brought by our fire chief and what has been discussed is in regards to the safer grants, and we have him and members of the union that were here that both think that's a good idea. And we have a great shot at getting them. So all I'm asking council to do is take all those things into consideration moving forward. Oh, there's a motion on the floor. And the motion is to recommend.
Require staff to find the alternate funding for 6 firefighters and 1 dispatch person.
Okay. Councilman Ellis.
I second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Moving on to item 6, motion to recommend incorporation the following 2021-2023 biannual budget modification. Swap the timing of 32nd Street paving projects and the South Claremore Railroad stormwater and street project. Consider American Rescue Plan Act funding. We'll have a report from Councilman Yerger.
This item is on the agenda because this has been a topic for several meetings now. And although it is in the budget, it doesn't reflect the timing that has been discussed, and it was portrayed as early as June 29th in the city council's meeting when we first talked about the priority budget items for this biennial budget. And so I put in the packet the results of that exercise that the council went through on June 29th. And looking at the exercise, the Railroad and Claremore exercise was second highest on the council's list. And it was 4th highest on the combined staff and council list. The 32nd Street paving projects were down in the, 12th to 13th spot. Barely made the radar. And yet when we put the biennial budget together, they're reversed. So one has to ask, why are we doing that? Why wouldn't we be switching those around? It's not to say you would eliminate the projects. It's just that you would switch the timing. You would move up the South Claremore Railroad project into the 22, 21, 22, 23 timeframe, and you would move the 32nd Street projects out to replace where you had those placeholders for South Claremore. The projects are near identical with regards to their cost, roughly $1 million. Paving the 32nd Street project is an expense to taxpayers, I think straight up and out, because 32nd Street borders Tech Park and unannexed property. I think we've spent a considerable fund or amount of taxpayer funds on the Tech Park already, in my personal opinion. Some $5 million, I think it's been on a report. This would add even another element to that. And we're not recovering the cost of infrastructure in our Tech Park sales when we sell them for 50 to 60% off on the price. So whatever half of that street belongs to the Tech Park, we're not going to recover, most likely based on the way we've been handling our sales. On the unannexed side, I assume we're going to pave it anyway, but we probably won't assess. But it will improve that property owner's infrastructure value for that property without taxation. That's kind of troubling to me, I guess, as a council member. We've gotten in the habit of doing street paving projects for that purpose. But I think it's time for us to shift gears here. And we need to put the resources where they're needed. This particular project on South Claremore and Railroad has been in the discussion stage for some 5 years with the people that are grossly affected by the stormwater runoff down there that are flooding their properties, both Albee Towing and Hasselbrook's residential properties. They've made their case several times over, but we didn't put it in the budget the way we thought, and we voted as council to put it in the budget. That seems odd to me. The other thing that was said this evening in the presentation material, in large part, this project for the South Claremore and Railroad, it's a stormwater project. It's drainage. It's a problem. Qualifies for ARPA funds, I guess, according to what we were told this evening, that all kinds of stormwater projects like this could qualify. So we have a funding mechanism outside of general reserves to perhaps even pay for it. Not true with some of the others. We have to use street funds or reserves or whatever to pay for the other projects. So this particular item is on the agenda tonight to ask the council to instruct a redistribution of these two things on the budget. Just turn around and swap them one for the other. Like I said, they're about equal in amount, so it really doesn't affect much of the overall budget. It's just which projects got the priority. This was marked as urgent. 32nd Street was not marked as urgent. I think on the budget, it was marked as a C or whatever. So it was down the road. But yeah, we flip-flopped them in the budget. Simply asking for the council to turn these around and reflect it the way we originally discussed it back on June 29th.
Councilman Lakeman.
I do not want to use the art funding for this yet. I want to get that study done and get the ditches all cleaned out, because other people have made that a priority and said it in very many ways in other meetings that we need to do something about our drainage, the ditches, and clean them out, do whatever. After the study's done, we can figure things out where we need to go and what we need to do. If we have funds left over, I could go for this. And if you want to switch it, maybe I could go for that too, but I just don't want to use the art funding yet until we're done with the studies and all the drainage that other people have said for many, many years, all the cleaning we need to do or whatever else we need to do. We have money for it now. Let's get it done throughout all of Fremont, not just a little section, all of Fremont. Now, as far as switching this around, I could go either way with that, but I don't feel comfortable with the art funding.
Dave Godigan, can you just speak to the CIP on these two items? 32nd and the South Claremore Railroad.
What is the specific question?
Just the timing and the budget and just the reasoning behind where they are.
Well, there's two things that happened in the budget as well, or in the CIP, is monies for a community-wide macro study of the city, not west of the city, east of the city, or west of the city. This is just within the city proper, not necessarily city limits, but we're the developed area. That money is in there for that. There's also, I believe, 250,000, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I believe there's 250,000 in next year's budget to begin building storm sewers in the Claremore and Railroad Avenue. The reason the other monies are farther down the road is we really need to do an engineering study of the community and then pick which targets we should start hitting at first. Frankly, I got probably at least a dozen areas, similar, the same, or similar nature drainage problems around town. They're just not here tonight, but they are on my radar as problems that we're having in the area. The 32nd Street project was put in the budget because during the discussions of the tech park, during the discussions of the Bell and Yeager intersection, the suggestion came up, we move the Collector Street down Lincoln Road and down 29th Street and possibly 32nd Street and move forward with that. That's why I put that project in the budget. That project is essentially designed, it's been designed, it's been in the works probably longer than I've been here, so probably about 10 years. 32nd Street project was discussed. It was basically 32nd from Luther Road to Yeager Road. That would become another arterial or collector in that area, east and west.
Are there any questions for Dave while he's up? Councilwoman Ganem?
No, just curious about when the study will be completed. Because I know you're gonna spend $250,000 to get things started with some of the ditches and things. When would that study be completed about?
We are working on an RFP right now. We would hope to have an RFP out in October, once the budget's approved. Assuming this is all approved, we would have a RFP out, and it takes, a couple of months just to select a firm, get it approved, get them off the ground. So now you're looking around first of the year. It's going to probably take about a year to do the study. I mean, I don't want to tell you it's 6 months and then not be able to deliver on that, but it's a fairly extensive study that's going to be required. And it's not just going to look at this area specifically, it's going to look at the whole town. Because there are probably low-hanging fruit out there that we can do some fairly simple things to alleviate some of our problems. There's others that are just going to be flat out complicated to solve.
Councilman Legman?
One question then, Dave. Which project would you prioritize first right now, the 32nd Street paving or the Claremore Railroad? Which one do you think is a higher priority right now?
Boy, I was hoping you wouldn't ask that.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know. It's apples and oranges. I mean, because there was a great deal of discussion that I heard and registered about the Bell Street and Yeager. We have developments going on north of there. There is a need for a north-south corridor through there, whether that's off Lincoln Road or whether that's down Bell Street as in the budget. But there is a very big need for that. There's going to be a very big need for a collector street that ties Luther Road to Yeager Road. So that's the importance of that project. Frankly, the ABC, every project that I have on there, you could essentially label as an A. It wouldn't be there if it wasn't important. What is the pecking order of priority? I don't know. I will say this about the drainage issue. I mean, everybody knows it's there. But I fear that if we just go out there, fix this drainage down in this immediate area, Railroad and Boulevard, or excuse me, Railroad and Claremore, we are simply going to move the problem to wherever we bring the water. The other day when it rained, when I came into town, First Street and Military, their police cars, they're blocking traffic because the whole intersection was underwater. You could not drive through there. It was not safe. Do we bring the water from this area down First Street? Probably not, because we're going to create a bigger problem. Do we bring it all the way up to the Fifth Street ditch? Very expensive, but Fifth Street ditch was flowing full too. I really truly want to look at this more globally, 30,000 foot view, and decide what's the best course. I'm not ruling out a pumping station of some kind and pumping it someplace where it can actually go into a receiving water. But it's very important also that the downstream channels be able to carry the water away. I'm not saying it's more important than 32nd Street. It's just has a different flavor of importance. I'm not trying to avoid your question, but that's the best I can do.
Anything else, Councilman Legman or
Nope, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Ganem?
So it sounds like before you could even do any of the other major work, be it Claremore Railroad or 32nd, this study should be just about completed before you were able to
I would
really
feel
address.
I would feel much more comfortable because if we just address this area, we're going to have to address this area and how do you get the water out of there? And then we're going to address downstream. It's not going to be a macro study, but it's going to be more than just drainage in this area. We're going to have to address then, let's say we take the water down First Street. We're going to have to address what happens on First Street. So that may mean we have to address the problem at First Street and Luther Road as well, or before, or anything like that. Because it's not right to just move this water somewhere else and create an issue for someone else.
Councilman Yerger?
So I have a few questions for you, Dave. We currently have consultants working on the comprehensive plan, the UDC, and the traffic plan. Is that correct? With the city of Fremont?
Yes.
Now, that study is not completed with regards to the traffic plan. Is that also correct?
I believe that's correct.
I know personally, when I was at the community meeting and had discussions with the consultants, we had quite a bit of dialogue about whether or not 32nd Street provides the appropriate east-west corridor between Highway 77 and Luther Road, or whether a more appropriate corridor might be further north on County Road T because it goes across both and would also service Washington Heights as a safety protocol, be able to get fire equipment vehicle into Washington Heights. And they'd already be on the other side of the viaduct if County Road T became the quote major collector further north. And so we're already paving Lincoln Street north. If you go up to County Road T, it's just a little further. We already have Clarkson Street, it's a collector. You just go a little further north, you tie into County Road T. We're not currently in negotiations, I realize, with the county, but we could be. And the solution for there then would be more important for us to do that because it serves multiple purposes. 32nd Street only really serves a purpose between Jaeger and Luther because it doesn't give you a good corridor over to 77. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not.
It has a corridor. It's not a good one. It's a
Well-
curvy corridor. It's not a straight street. And you're not ever going to make it a straight street
Well,
from Jaeger to 77.
well, County Road T, I'm not following your logic there because 32nd Street does go all the way through.
But not straight through. That's my
Well,
point.
rarely do roads go straight. I
This
mean,
one is definitely not straight.
Well, that's the
And-
way they are. It curves around the businesses down there and then ties into Highway 77.
Okay.
It doesn't cross the railroad tracks. It doesn't do anything. It just goes straight over there.
Nevertheless, 32nd Street, well, on your original list was listed as a category C, low priority, but yet it got the urgent priority when we built the budget. I have to say this on behalf of the residents that have been coming. And I'm sure that Albee Towing would be in the room if they could only get off from working 24 hours a day in a building that's constantly flooded with anything from an inch rain or more. But the point is, they've been working on this, trying to get a solution to this problem for over 5 years. We're studying it to death. Now we want to study it some more. And I'm sympathetic, and I was at your discussion today with the residents as well. And you're right. A lot of these solutions that are the long-term solutions, I agree with you. The city of Fremont needs a study to deal with total drainage. And part of that is getting the water out of Fremont once we get it over to the east side. Because we're jamming up all the water in town and we can't get it over and under the bypass and down to the Elkhorn. That's a problem. It's a county problem. We have to work with them. And I think there's a project to do all of that. But in the meantime, we're asking people that have been given a problem because of other decisions made by the city of Fremont to allow other businesses to make problems that they're having worse several times over. And the city hasn't done anything about, let's don't make a problem for somebody else. Well, you did make a problem for these folks and the other business that's being affected. And as I understand, Gavilon is very receptive to trying to do what needs to be done to solve the problems here. The city needs to move along. And if we don't move this up in the budget, if it isn't in the budget, it won't get done because we don't have it in the budget. If we have it in the budget and we don't do it in the time frame that we expect, we still have it budgeted and it can carry over into the next year. But if we don't put it in the budget as a priority, it won't happen. And that's what I've been hearing from the folks when it comes to residential drainage. We need to help solve their problems because we didn't create them. I know you said today we didn't. But if we inspected that building that was a contributory here with 7 downspouts on the north side, 8 inches, and they dump right onto concrete, have no place to go. We inspected them and gave them occupancy. When you said you designed it differently, they couldn't do that, then shame on the city. We created the problem because we didn't force them to do what you told them to engineer to do.
After I left the meeting today, I went over there and it appears that someone has added material recently. Whether that changed the original drainage, I don't know. But it's not just the building you're referring to. It's not just it goes back to whenever they started building down there, let's say 1960. I don't know when the first building happened down there. But it goes all the way back to there. I mean, it's just been a snowball effect.
And I agree with you. It isn't just those two.
Mhm.
Those two were just the most recent ones that did some substantive things to their property that the folks now that are complaining said it got way worse when they did that. There may have always been some problem, but it got exponentially worse as a result. And the city hasn't helped solve the problem.
Councilman Yeager, we need to move on.
This is the help that we're trying to get by moving this up in the budget so that they can have the resource, city can have the resource to do what's necessary.
Well, it's my responsibility to present you with the projects I feel should proceed forward. I feel that my numbers and my projections here place things in a certain order. I took my reasoning for 32nd Street by actions that this body has discussed during the Tech Park project and during the discussion of Yeager and Bell Street. I mean, I took my direction from that. If I misread that, then, I don't get the final vote on this. I just recommend what I think should happen.
Councilman Ellis.
Yeah, I think when you said there's several 20 or whatever different areas of town that flood, and I agree, Fremont's got a flooding problem. What bothers me a little bit about this is this just recently started happening to these guys within the last 5 years. And again, it's the whole situation with the last 2 buildings that we allowed to build up. We lost a lot of permeous ground. So all that water now doesn't get soaked into the ground, it gets pushed off. And so I think that's the difference between this project and all those other 25 or whatever areas of the town. This is one that my gut feeling is the city caused this by allowing that building to be built and then not having them manage their water properly. And so I really just feel like, there is a difference here. And I think the city needs to swap these because this was a self-inflicted wound on the city's part. And, Google used to have a slogan that says, do no harm. Well, I think the city has done harm to these individuals, the community, the citizen and the company. And I think we've got to do our best to rectify it.
Councilwoman Ganem.
I mean, to be fair, like Elby's had said, to be honest, structural components inherited the problem because the building was built before the city had involvement with it. And so just by taking it into the city, now the city has inherited that problem as well.
Thank you, Dave. Any comments from the public?
Most of my prepared comments have already been mentioned, but since I prepared them, I'm going to go ahead and read them if that's okay. Lori Adams, 2824 Laverna. First, I would like to thank the council for supporting the residents surrounding the tech park with your vote last week in asking the planning commission to fulfill your original intent for one outlot. Thank you for putting the citizens first. With your support, measures will hopefully be put in place to prevent potential flooding issues for us down the road. Unfortunately, the Hazelbrooks were not given that opportunity. And now, because of a problem that the city created, their property routinely floods with as little as 1 inch of rain. Most of us are thankful, especially this year, when we get an inch rainfall. But for the Hazelbrooks, all it does is brings them a lot of hard work. And not because of something that they did wrong, but because of something that the city did wrong. In fact, they mentioned that they had never experienced flooding before from water runoff. So to add fuel to the fire, the Claremore Railroad Avenue Stormwater Project was given an urgent top A priority status. But all of a sudden, it's not that urgent anymore and gets delayed for 4 more years. Talk about a slap in the face. How many more heavy rains are we going to get in that 4-year period? It's time that the city takes care of the problem that they created. The Hazelbrooks and their neighbors have been dealing with this for 5 years already, and I think that they have suffered long enough. It's time to put the citizens first. So as I understand it, if you swap these projects, the 32nd Street paving project and the Claremore Railroad Street project, they both cost the same amount of money and there would be no extra burden on the budget. I know we don't need that right now, but if you swap them, there would be no extra burden. It would even provide immediate economic benefit, whereas paving 32nd Street just adds more cost to the tech park when we are already losing money on every lot that is sold. 32nd Street borders farmland. There is no way to assess its cost with only 1/2 of the project. And if you do pave it, it immediately gives an unearned increase in value to that landowner at taxpayer expense. The Hazelbrooks, on the other hand, have probably lost property value because of their flooding issues. So again, I thank you for fighting for the residents surrounding the tech park, and I ask that you consider doing the same for these residents. Remember, they were there first too. Thanks.
Yeah, we have a handout, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to receive. Councilman Yerger,
Motion to receive the document.
Councilman Sukram,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Steve Haysbrook, 925 East Fifth Street, 1711 and 13 East Cummin, and 319 South Claremore. Mayor and City Council. Your handout that we just passed out is some of the information Linda and I sent to the Nebraska Tax Equalization and Review Commission. It quickly tells our story once again to another government agency, now from a valuation perspective. Council, we hope to convince you to support the South Claremore Railroad Street Stormwater Street project. We ask you to respect the A priority the project was given by funding it in 2022 and not continue to kick this can down the road. I grew up in this Cumming Thomas Claremore neighborhood as my parents bought a home there when I was in 4th grade. That was just a few years ago. No one knows this neighborhood better than me. I played in the streets. I floated boats in the streets. I rode my bike in the street. Me and my buddies terrorized that neighborhood for years. The duplex was our second investment Linda and I brought in our younger years. Then we bought Elsie's house on Thomas Street. Then we bought Shorty and Ann's house across the street. Then Dolores's house. Then my mom's house when she passed in the year 2000. And also, over those years, we bought 3 homes in the Frith Street neighborhood, also in Ward 4. Hazelbrook Properties made a pledge to both neighborhoods that the now rental property homes would continue to be additions to the neighborhoods and not distractions, problems, or take away from the neighborhoods. And this is the way we managed our properties over the 30 years. We had high expectations for ourselves, and we had high expectations for our tenants, something that a lot of landlords can't say. Why am I telling you this? Because we invested time, money, blood, sweat, and tears into this neighborhood. It's not about addresses and buildings and flood with normal rains. It's about the people that didn't create this problem. The people in this neighborhood that didn't create this problem. The neighborhood now is a problem not created by its citizens. It's time for the city to invest time and money into the solution for the rainwater runoff problem in the neighborhood. This is not river flooding. This is not 100-year event stuff. This is not 50-year event stuff. This is not 25-year event stuff. This is not 5-year event stuff. This is normal rainwater runoff problems that damage our neighborhood. Again, we were pleased to learn that the Railroad Avenue and Claremore Storm Sewer Project was given the urgent prioritization A, but then disappointed, extremely disappointed that it wasn't funded in 2022. This is the ultimate solution for the neighborhood and seems to us the infrastructure the neighborhood needs. And I would add the infrastructure that should have been in place before you allowed all that development to happen. That now creates our problem. Now it's time to fund it and not continue to kick the can down the road for this neighborhood. I remind you the problem started about 5 years ago when the city annexed, funded, and approved of all the changes that started the rainwater runoff for us and the neighborhood. It's time you support old community first builders as much as you support new business, job growth, and business development. Hazelbrook Properties provided good, clean, well-kept homes for families in Ward 4 for almost 30 years. We provided housing for families who obviously lived, played, and worked in the Fremont community. We are not slumlords, and we took no money out of the properties and always invested back into the properties. Now we must spend serious money salvaging the use of our property from a problem we didn't create. Nor is it any kind of act of God or accident insurance will cover. We need your help correcting a horrible problem impacting at least 5 properties, ours being one of them, along with a small business and multiple other residences in the neighborhood. For some, this has been an unfortunate financial burden. Please match your project prioritization A with complete funding in 2022. We heard tonight ARPA funds can be used. Please use ARPA funds.
Thank you.
A couple of ads.
Time is up.
Linda Hazerbrook, 925 East Fifth. Mr. Mayor, City Council. Steve and I stand before you this evening to ask you to pass item number 6 on your agenda. The motion to swap the timing of the 32nd Street paving and the South Claremore Railroad Stormwater and Street Project. You have heard our story and seen our pictures many times. Our flooding problem is not one of our making. It was created by others. It's time for the city to help its citizens. We who pay the taxes and have elected you to represent us and be our voice. Business growth is important for our city growth and economy, but not to the detriment of its citizens. I can't tell you how devastating and disheartening it is to look at our fourplex garage and property after a fast rain and know that we have hours of cleanup and pumping of water to do. Did the city consider the no harm to your neighbor philosophy of law? To us, it seems the answer is no. According to Mr. Godekin, there are many other drainage and flooding problems in town. But I ask him and you, the council, how many of those citizens have 4 or more inches of water and mud in their garages? From what we've seen when we drove around after rain events have happened, these residents have water in their yards at First at Luther and Military in Luther. And we didn't have any flooding before all those changes happened with those businesses. You have a motion before you that would place the Claremont Railroad Stormwater and Street Project before the 32nd Street paving. We ask that you think of us and the neighborhood as you make your vote. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Brenda Ray, 1445 North Irving, Fremont, Nebraska. I just simply want to say, from my view, it looks like 32nd Street is economic development, and the Claremont Railroad thing is taking care of citizens that have been in this community for years and paid taxes. I believe the railroad, the water situation needs to be taken care of there first. Same way with, as you get farther along, our streets that need to be fixed before we worry about any more additions for economic growth. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Gene Schultz, 2306 Gene Drive, Fremont, Nebraska. I'm not acquainted with the problem. I haven't seen the problem, but I've heard all about it. And I'll bet if each of you were in their place, there'd be no question how you'd vote on this. I think you ought to give them some relief, and it should start now. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I'd like to concur
Please
with.
state your
these.
name and address.
Doug Whitman, 124 County Road M. And I think that part of the government's job is to take care of its people. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I'll be brief. I wrote down 2 questions, I guess, with regards to, and a comment. One, I don't recall any discussion by council during the discussion of the budget related to paving 32nd Street as a prerequisite for Tech Park. Certainly there was for 29th Street. Second, the question was raised as whether or not we would use ARPA funds for this project. It wasn't the intention to necessarily even say that we would use ARPA funds for this project. It's to list them as a potential funding source. And tonight we already heard that it is a potential funding source, but it would only be applicable to the storm sewer portion of any work that's done there, not the rest of the whole project, just the stormwater piece of that. And whether the city chooses to use that or not is a matter for future, but we could at least list it as we have on the CIP as a possible source of funds, because it is a possible source of funds. So that's what this is all about, Councilman Legman. It's not to say fund $1 million out of the ARPA funds. It's simply to list ARPA funds as a funding potential in making the swap. So those are my two comments. If there aren't any other comments relative to from council, I'd make a motion to swap the timing of the 32nd Street paving projects and the South Claremore Railroad Stormwater and Street Project and list ARPA funds as a potential funding source. Right now, it's listed solely as FR, funding reserves.
Councilman Legban.
I'd be more inclined to agree with you, but I do not like to consider the ARPA funding because then we'll end up using it when we're trying to use it to help the whole city, not just a small segment. I would go with switching around, but I just don't like the part about using the ARPA funding. That's the only part I don't like about it.
Councilman Jensen.
I guess just a question I wanted to ask. I'm sympathetic to what's going on down there. How much money, how many tax dollars are we spending more to protect property than the property is worth? Is there better, that's just my question.
Any other comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem?
Call the question.
Okay, I need a second. Is there?
I'll second.
As is.
The ARP is only as a consideration unless you want to make an amendment and ask if it can be changed.
Unless you're second holding, then, okay. Okay, motion and a second as is. Cast your votes.
Councilman Legban, I didn't record your vote. Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay, moving on, item 7, motion to recommend incorporation the following 2021 and 2023 biannual budget modification. Fund the downtown police station and the future fire station with voter approved bonds funded by public safety sales tax. Go ahead, Councilman Yerger.
This is on the agenda, not because it changes the intention of the CIP to fund a police station. We have $10 million in the budget. Not intending to change that as a criteria. I think the public has been very clear when they've been here. They want, I think, generally, at least those that have been speaking, that we need downtown police station renovations and or rebuild. I think the voters were pretty clear in what they voted on with regards to a joint law enforcement center at 29th and Lincoln. They voted that down. This question is really about, well, how do we fund what we're doing? Right now, the budget says we're going to take these funds out of reserves. Councilman Ellis offered an alternative to this, which I think is a really good one that ought to be considered by this council. And that is to use voter approved bonds rather than the street and reserve funds as currently is in the budget. And why would we do that? Well, because it gives the voters the opportunity to still weigh in on this matter, which they did, and they clearly voted this down before. But I think if we presented them with an argument as Columbus did, that we can fund this with bonds that are paid for by the public safety sales tax so that there is no increase in taxes to them. We have a funding mechanism that's sort of self-funding, if you will. That mechanism would be a great one. And I applaud Councilman Ellis for raising that as an alternative and for researching the fact that Columbus did it this way. And not only did they do a police station, they did a fire station at the same time. And the voters overwhelmingly approved it. I think our voters would do the same. And so pulling down our reserves for this when we should be going to the public seems, you know, like, well, we could be more creative, I guess. Let's put it that way. this project hasn't changed since the city put the bond issue out there. I don't want us to end up depriving the citizens the right to participate in this. And in essence, try to do some sort of an end run around what they told us to do. They were definitely opposed to what we were brought to them in ballot form. And we should do our best to make sure that they have an opportunity to weigh in on this. And by using Councilman Ellis's proposal rather than city reserves, taking this to them with an opportunity, would you agree to fund it this way? I would expect endorsement from the citizens of Fremont to do that. I think there's a genuine recognition of the need to build a new police station or renovate the other one that we have substantially to serve our police officers effectively in this community. I didn't hear anything in our community meetings or anything that said that they didn't want to do that. This is just a matter of how do we go about funding this? Do we just drain the reserves to build this and go around the taxpayers completely? Or do we still give them a voice in what we're doing and use another source that's self-perpetuating? And maybe Councilman Ellis can explain his approach better than I just laid out. But I thought his approach had a lot of merit, and that's why it's on tonight's agenda.
Councilman Legrand.
I'd like to hear what it says, but first of all, I don't think the people, they wanted it downtown. It's millions of dollars more downtown. Of course, some people didn't say that to the public. It was proven in the other studies, it was going to cost millions of dollars more to have it downtown. Even if we just remodel the old one, you have to spend millions of dollars to move the 911 out while you're refurbishing and remodeling the old one. What they said was they didn't want to spend 18 million on having both. They didn't say they wanted to spend extra money, probably a couple more $1 million to put it downtown because one councilman said he would like it downtown. That's not what was addressed. Yes, I'd like to hear how maybe different ways to fund it, but I don't think it necessarily has to be downtown.
Councilman Ellis.
Jody, I need clarification. We have $10 million set aside for the police station. 5 of that is coming from the police fund. We got 5 million. What weren't we breaking it up in the rest? Weren't we going after bond on some of that? Or was
in the proposal that I gave you on August 24th, it was 3 million in bonds because that's a lower amount that we can pay back and still do the things that we're doing now with our public safety dollars.
So you felt that that was probably the most we could do. We'd like to inch our way towards more because using the bonds for facilities like this is a good idea, I believe. It's just right now we're using the tax dollars, public safety for salaries and stuff. Is that so?
That would be true.
Okay. So I think we got to inch our way towards that. So then the other 2 million, where's the other 2 million coming from? We got 3 from bond, 5 from the police fund. I think 5 million. Was the other 2 coming from reserves?
I don't have everything memorized, sorry.
Okay.
It was coming from reserves out of public safety.
Public
Tax,
safety,
yeah,
so
the sales tax.
So the
public
money that
safety.
we get in, we have $2 million in reserves for the public safety. Okay. So the gist of it is here, I think we ought to look at the model that Columbus has and start moving towards that. I understand that we can't do it all at once. So I think this is a good compromise to put some of it in bond, but go before the voters and get their approval on that bond. I know we don't have to because this is a public safety issue, but I strongly believe we do go before the voters and ask them permission to continue to use that money. And then whether it's in downtown, but everyone I speak with is stating that our police belong downtown. They belong in the central part of the town. I mean, that's where Columbus, they did it there. They did it in Grand Island. They're building and remodeling buildings to keep their policemen as a force, as a presence in their downtown area. It makes sense. It's centrally located. It makes it easy to get in and out. Now, I get it. Policemen are not in the building. They're out roaming the streets, and that's where they should be. But to have that central area where the police are visibly seen by the citizens in downtown does a lot, not only for our downtown, because if we as a city decide to drop 10, 11, 12 million dollars on a building downtown, that's going to encourage other economic development for our downtown. I mean, that's going to tell developers that Fremont cares about their downtown. Right now, as a developer, I wouldn't spend any money downtown because the city's talking about moving stuff out of downtown. So what we're trying to do is build an environment where people are excited to come back to our downtown and to understand that our city is got it as a priority to make our downtown a destination. And so what better way to do that than to spend $10 million using the 2017 study that was done. I don't know why, Lord, I don't know why that wasn't pulled, the trigger wasn't pulled on that, but we've already got the study done and let's just do it. So that's all I got to say.
Councilman Sukram.
Yeah, I've toured that police department several times, and every time I've toured it, they said no matter what renovation they do, they can't fit everything in there. Are we gonna tear apart an entire block, take out apartments? What are we gonna do? I mean, I've toured it 3 times. I've read the 2012 that was done. I didn't read the 2017, or I don't remember it. But
Let the Councilman Sukram has the floor, please.
But every time I've gone there, it's been said several times. Even if you finish the whole building, it's not enough. And now we're adding more cruisers, correct? Did I hear that correct tonight? Or we're getting new cruisers, I should say. So we're putting more cruisers in there. Are we going to leave them outside? I'm just saying, if it's not going to be adequate downtown, I support actually looking at everything to fund it. I don't want to categorize it as just downtown because the city's moving. So the 23rd Street corridor, I could think of a couple spots there, a new police department could go. Businesses are moving out. Something else could go in. And I still care about the downtown. I was part of in the planning when we did the grants for updating the downtown. I'm not against it whatsoever. But some things will fit and some things won't. And it's clear that our police department has slowly grown out of it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Councilwoman Ganem.
No, I know when you say downtown, you think of the downtown police department, and that building isn't adequate for their needs, especially current needs. And I think we could certainly look in the downtown area, but not make it sound like we're gonna use that building or renovate, because renovation may not be adequate for it. It's just like our old junior high with the school district that I was with. It would have cost far more to renovate that thing than just to tear it down or build somewhere else, which we built somewhere else. There certainly has to be some spots that we could look at, and it doesn't have to be on that 23rd Street corridor. It could be in the downtown area, but there is a great need for a building that would be adequate for our police department.
Okay, well, is there any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. I appreciate Councilwoman Ganem's comment. You are correct. Nothing says it has to stay in that exact spot downtown. I appreciate the concerns of Mr. Sukram, also Councilman Sukram. The voters need to have the choice. They can fund it. We can raise taxes. A lot of us would be more than willing to pay something that we believe in, and that would be emergency response, fire, police, dispatch, etc. Nothing says it has to stay in that location. The voters can also decide again. Do you want it out north? Do you want it in a more centralized location? But nothing says you're going to renovate just that building. You have a street you can take, you have a parking lot you can take. There's some areas to blow out up to the quick shop area. You have the real estate to expand and then build up. But it's something that the voters can help you decide. There are different ballot issues that you can have added. And the voters can help you decide, where do they want their police station at? But I appreciate you, Councilman Ganem. I keep wanting to call you Sally. I apologize, but I appreciate your comments. This just, and all of you had valid points to make. The voters should have a choice in this. Thank you.
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving. I think you have the room downtown if you take things, but a lot of people were against moving it out north to the tech park. I mean, that wasn't the only reason, but that was one of the major reasons for a lot of people. I think it needs to be put back, go out for bonds or something, because it looks to me like, and some other people I've talked to, if you just want to fund it out of reserves without asking for bonds, you're going to tell the people where it's going to be. They're not going to have any say so. And that's just not right. Paying for it as you go, using the public safety money is a good idea. We should have been doing that all along. I strongly think that, I don't know how to go about it. Someone, possibly the council, needs to go back to the tax thing and get that cap removed and cut economic development down. There is a strong need for more money for public safety dollars coming in. And when we voted on that, I think there was a lot of people that didn't understand when they took that cap off economic development, that this is where we'd end up today. And that goes to a lot of it. And I know it expires in a few years, but I think we strongly need to go back and look at that now. What Glenn has said about using public safety money, that would help fund a fire station, police station, a lot of those types of things. And we should be moving in that direction so that we don't have such a problem all the time. I don't know. We have a study, and then we have another study, then we have another study. You spend more money studying than anything than you do doing anything. And the tech park was kind of put out. Nobody seemed like they really wanted it there. I'm wondering if the new study is going to come out and say, oh, well, it needs to be in the tech park again. And there you are. So that's my thoughts.
Paul Von Baron, 2046 East 30th. You know, if we don't hurry, we're going to miss our 7 o'clock start time on the next meeting. Just a couple of thoughts. From a long-term perspective, I think, yeah, this has been talked about for a long time. Just regarding that 2017 study, I respect the comment you made, Councilman Zuckerman. But one of the things that struck me as I glanced through it, and it's been a while, is I believe they said that that building was originally built structurally for a 3rd story. So I have no idea whether that means go up or whatever. Counts it, yeah. It's always a matter of money. I agree. But the other issue is, since this has already been a somewhat controversial issue, the virtue of putting it back to bond funding is you let the public vote on it. I'm not sure, was it cost, was it location? I don't think anybody has an absolute read on that. But I think if you put it up for bond funding and for the downtown location, you'll find out very quickly which it was. And I think the original study on that 2017 was 8 million and change or something like that. So even allowing for inflation, I would think the 10 million would take care of that, even in spite of it. So it's an interesting dilemma, but I think a fair and balanced approach is probably put it up for bond funding and see where the public actually wants to weigh in on it this time. Thank you.
Joe Tower, 2105 North Union, Fremont.
I would just like to say, I totally agree with what Councilman Ganem said, that it needs to be someplace located in the downtown area. It doesn't necessarily have to be where it is now. There may be some other properties or areas that it could be put into that are let, open or whatever that would be better. But I definitely think that we need to keep it in a centralized location rather than out on the edge of town. If it's clear out on the edge of town, then what about the people clear on the other end? And as the town progresses to grow, it's going to become more and more of a problem if it's not centralized. And I definitely think that it should be brought to the people and let the people decide, put it on the ballot. Let us decide. If they say no, then fine. But if they don't, then we know what we're going, then you know where you can go with it.
On Zoom. Go ahead.
Hello,
Yes, please state your name and address.
Denise Shannon, 830 East 21st Street. I'd just like to stress that, the location is important to the fact that a lot of people do business. They need to go there, file a report, request information, different stuff. So it's more convenient for the citizens of Fremont if it's not put out on the edge of Fremont versus where it's more central. Just another reason why it should be kept within the city limits, Thank you.
Any other comments?
Gene Schultz, 2306 Gene Drive. I'll just be real quick here. I wished I had seen the 2017 study, but I imagine if somebody went to the trouble to do it back then, they must have thought that the location had promise. I'd like to see it before is it in the packet? I didn't notice. Okay. Well, maybe you should make that more available. But I don't know, it seems to me, I used to remember that I'd have to go to the police station to get a license for my bicycle. I just wonder, do they do that today? And will the kids have to ride out on the highway to get their driver's license, to get their bicycle license? I don't know how that all works now. I think it should be something that should be considered. Thank you.
Any other comments? I'll just say that, we have right now 7 elected council members, elected mayor. We sat in a CIP meeting, just like we did with Claremar and Railroad Street, and stickers for the the law enforcement center were number 1. And so if we're looking at spending money with, 2 things that are important to this body, the law enforcement center was number 1. And we are doing another study again. It started off as a project with Dodge County. And there is a lot of benefits to combining with the sheriff's department when it comes to long-term savings for you, the taxpayer. So that was also one of the considerations in regards to this, that we need to continue and discuss with Dodge County. And we haven't had a final decision yet. And we need to understand where they are, where we are, Because in the end, a joint will provide a lot of savings. Maybe it's not the right thing. But, you know, right now, this appropriation is based on the CIP meeting and what this elected body thought was important. And they thought, you know, putting reserve dollars and this $10 million, as our finance director has worked out, gives us maybe the money to redo the downtown building. It maybe gives us the portion that we need to build the joint if it works out with the county. But, you know, it gives us the ability to make those decisions. And it's important to this body. So I don't agree with this motion at all to, you know, make us only funded through the public safety sales tax and make sure it's downtown. I mean, we have to, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But what it does in the budget, it gives us flexibility. Comments from council, Councilman Yerger.
Well, I'd like to address some comments that you just made, but I'd like to address the comments raised earlier by Councilman Legband and Councilman Sukram. And certainly perhaps the agenda item could have been worded without even a discussion of the location, because this resolution is not really about location as much as it is about how do you fund it. And the difference is whether or not you are going to fund this in a way that allows the public to have input, regardless of what the study has. And we're putting something into this CIP and this budget for a study that's not completed. And we were admonished earlier on in processing, well, we can't do that because we don't have the study completed. But yet here we have a study completed and we're putting $10 million into the budget for it. And I am not objecting to the police department. We need to do this project as far as I'm concerned. The concern, I guess, seems to be as to, well, is location need to be part of this resolution or this motion? And the answer is, no, I don't think it does. I'm perfectly content to offer a motion to modify the funding sources listed for the law enforcement building. That's what this is about. What are you going to list for the funding sources? And right now, we've listed, and you'll have to help me find the acronyms, Jody. Part of it's 25,000 for COM, $2 million of it is for Street 55R, $3 million of it is from reserves in the first year. And then it's from PST, which I understand now is bonds for $3 million in the second year and another $2 million worth of reserves. So the question at hand is that the appropriate mechanism, or is a mechanism that actually utilizes voter approval bonds that we would fund with sales tax collections, as Councilman Ellis suggested, rather than the mix that we have currently? That's the motion. It's not really about location. It's about, do we think that voters should be able to weigh in? And should we consider this option of utilizing sales tax, public safety sales tax funds to fund those bonds in the plea to the public as to please approve these this time, because we're not going to incrementally increase bond requirements of you. We're going to fund them out of funds that we already collect in the city. Therefore, it's kind of a, you don't need to worry about it kind of a thing, which is what Columbus did. And I think that's why they sold it to their people. That's what this is about. It's really not about location. So I'm happy to modify the language that was in the agenda into a motion that reads like this. I make a motion to modify the funding sources listed for the law enforcement center to remove the reserves and ST 55 and replace them with voter approved bonds paid for by sales tax public safety funds. That's what this was all about from my perspective. It's clean. It gets to the same element of funding that Councilman Ellis was suggesting all along. Doesn't address location. The study will take care of that decision. And ultimately, if you take it to the public, the study will be done at that time. You can make a part of that, thing that you put on the ballot, just like you did the last time. But this resolution or this motion is just about what's the best funding source. So I stand by the motion I just made.
Jody, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, I'd love to, because I'm not sure that the motion is necessary the way that it's written, because we do have it funded. it does use reserves, but I would ask you as a council, what better use of fund reserves, general fund reserves and public safety sales tax reserves could you imagine than for a new law enforcement center? We still have the reserves out there. If you're not spending them on this, and again, we're bringing the reserves down to a more reasonable level, I'm not sure what else you would want to use them for. As far as sending it to a vote of the people, that's a whole different resolution and doesn't need to be handled at 10:55 at night. It could be handled anytime before we actually move forward on the project.
Councilman Jensen.
I just wanted to go on record as saying, as far as public safety goes for police or fire, I'm not right at this time in favor of putting any restrictions on funding or location.
Councilman Ellis.
I would agree with Councilman Yeager. I think the word downtown needs to be removed. But I think simply just by removing the downtown in this current motion, we should be good. I'd like to keep the words voter approved bonds, which is simply just going to say, before we go for a bond of 3 million to finish this project, we need the voter approval, and that will give us the input we need on whether the citizens are for this project or not. So, Councilman Yeager, I would probably just recommend or second. I don't know how to do this because I'm not going to second your initial motion because so I'm gonna let it go and let you reply.
I have a motion on the floor. It didn't include the word downtown, so maybe I should clarify my motion that's on the floor. If I may, Mayor.
Is there any other comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem.
Actually, I'd like to pull back a little bit and read the 2017 study and kind of think about this on which direction to go. Do we include the fire department? Do we not? So I would like to actually make a motion that we table this for a future date.
Motion to continue. Yeah.
Motion to continue. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
That's privilege.
I have a motion on the floor already pending. Sorry. It
Oh.
wasn't seconded, but you're making a motion on top of the motion and it wasn't in the minute.
I didn't recognize it.
Well, twice I made it. I made it twice. I'm sorry. I can't help it if you don't recognize it. It was not opportunity. It was shifted to staff for discussion and rebuttal of my motion.
Councilman Yeager, there were more comments from council. Go ahead, repeat your motion.
I appreciate the fact that you said there were more comments from council, and I welcome to have those. What wasn't on the agenda was for you to take a second bite at the apple by going to staff to rebut my motion. That's something the council can do in and of themselves, or we can vote on the motion up or down. You invited comment from somebody other than those in the front of the room. I find that to be out of order. So my motion is this. I make a motion to modify the funding sources listed for the law enforcement center to remove the reserves and ST 55 and replace them with voter approved bonds paid for from sales tax public safety funds. There's no mention in that motion about where it's located. And for those that are concerned, I agree with Councilman Ellis. These need to be voter approved bonds for funding. The public should not be circumvented. That's the motion.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Councilman Ellis.
I'd like to make an amendment to this motion that's currently on the table to simply remove the word downtown.
That was the motion. Councilman
No,
Ellis.
it wasn't.
I just read the motion, Councilman Ellis. Do I need to repeat it for a third time?
It failed.
You were
The motion failed.
removing the part of the reserves, and we need the reserves to fund this. So that's what I don't like about your motion, was removing the reserves. So I'm just stating here that I'd like the motion. I just want to remove the word downtown. We still need the reserves. I think it's okay to use the reserves, like Jody said. It's the best possible way for us to use some of these reserves is to put it on a police station. But I don't want it to fund it fully, so we go to the city citizens and we use $3 million of voter approved bonds. And that's gonna give us the yes or no, whether we're doing the right thing or not. And then we go forward. So we simply, the motion on the table is they simply take the motion of number 7 and remove the word downtown.
I agree with Councilwoman Ganem. It's too early. It's too, late in this process to be making decisions like this. So I just want to go on the record and say, I don't think we need to be, making decisions like this in regards to our law enforcement center right now. Is there a second? Councilman Yerger?
I want to be clear that I understand Councilman Ellis's motion since it's not on the board and I don't have it in writing. So you're going back to the agenda item and removing the word downtown, and that's your motion. I second the motion.
It's up on the screen. Is this correct, Councilman Ellis? We just took out downtown essentially. Okay. Okay, cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-4 with 1 abstention.
Take a motion to adjourn the 2021-2023 biannual budget hearing and budget summary meeting. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Councilman Legband,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Councilmember Yerger, I did not get your vote. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. Take a quick 5-minute break.
Well, there are two. What did it say?
The garage next door, the old garage. Tear that down, and then they didn't grab that small little building. Build it.
Yeah, the garage was part of it.
You're asking what you can do for a purple shirt again, but it's not trying to chicken. It looks like. No. You did? Oh. Are you?
Yeah, but they're be here till I don't know. Well.
You weren't there yesterday. And then. Should be. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I'll double check tomorrow and see. So maybe he did send it to. I was worried about this. Yeah, yeah, so I didn't get it as a packet, but we've got it.
Jensen. All right, council, let's go ahead and. We are missing a couple, but. Get started. We're all here. Just-
I recall being out of the room before, you didn't stop when I left. the room.
Yeah, you get detention.
All right, the time is now 11:10. Open up the city council, city council special meeting. Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call. Cast your votes for roll call.
Seven council members are present, Mayor.
Moving on to item one, discuss remaining August 10, 2021 city council requested 2021-2023 biennial budget impact evaluations. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. I have the chart that I prepared for the personnel modification suggestion that was made. Is there a way that you can call that up, Tyler? Or do I need to share my screen? Perfect. So I have listed what the impact would be going from the position of a city administrator that serves both city and utility and having that salary split versus hiring a separate individual as a city administrator and a separate individual as a general manager for the utilities. And I have referenced quote per study. That study was completed by Mr. Paul Essman from Capital Concepts, who's with us this evening. And at this time, I turned the floor over to him to discuss the arrays and what he's done with the study for the city administrator, general manager positions.
Yeah, go ahead, Cody. Yep.
Yes, my name's Paul Essman. I own Capital City Concepts. I've been doing comparability studies in Nebraska since 1986 under the rules of the Commission of Industrial Relations. My process hasn't changed whatever study I'm doing. We start off with talking to the client about the array, select an array. We send your job descriptions, in this case, to each location. We discuss, we email, we get job matches, the information from either HR at these other cities or utilities, or with the finance director, depending on the city. We compile the data and used a mean, median, midpoint process. That is the by statute 48818 is the where you come up with the number to use. And I haven't checked the numbers on the board, but I assume they're correct with what I sent the city.
So just by way of information, because the current city administrator is at the last step, at step 8, I did use from the midpoint. I use the high end.
Yes.
Those are the numbers that are incorporated on this worksheet.
Some city administrators that we used would only have one wage anyway. And city administrator pay is negotiated. So really comparability doesn't really play in it, since you go out and find a city administrator that fits your needs for economic development, for labor relations, whatever your city is looking for. So some cities, North Platte hired an engineer from Kiewit. That's their new city administrator. Hastings city administrator was their city attorney. It just kind of depends on what the city is looking for in a city administrator. So it's a little different than looking at a police officer or a firefighter. The job of city administrator is what the council is looking for.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilman Ellis.
Can you tell us what cities were in the array?
Sure. Off the top of my head, I've looked at it twice. They are North Platte, Norfolk, Kearney, Columbus, I said Norfolk, Papillion, La Vista. Am I missing one? Not sure. Got a little sleepy. Oh, we used Hastings Grand Island. So it should be 8.
The utility side.
Not for city administrator.
So for the general manager of the utilities, what did you use for that?
Hastings, Grand Island, Cedar Falls,
What was that?
Cedar Falls, Iowa.
Cedar.
Yes. Cedar Falls, Iowa. Let's see, Muscatine, Iowa. Watertown, South Dakota. And Loop Public Power in Columbus. Now, the difference here is we're looking for utilities that have either a power plant or gas operation. Or both.
It just seems the city administrator, 171,000, that's kind of what you're saying. That's what's up that figure.
My report's broken down hourly, so, but I assume that it was multiplied by 2080 to get to that number. 8222 was the number I had for midpoint.
For a midpoint,
Hourly.
yeah.
And midpoint is the midpoint of the mean and the median. It's not like a midpoint. It is the midpoint of an average
Okay.
and the most frequently occurring number. So. And that is under the statute, how you calculate weight. All right.
Councilman Yerger. I want to make sure that I understand what was laid out in the chart. I think I understood what you said, but I wanted to make sure I understood what Jody said with regards to the $171,000 salary that's in option 1. That's the number that you were talking about when you said, I used because the current wages in the 117 to 11 are at the high end, top step. If I was to hire a new city administrator, I would go to immediately the top step? Or what would be the entry salary for somebody if we were hiring on cold? Because we wouldn't go to the top step, regardless of what the current administrator is making, we'd go to something less. And I appreciate your point of, it's probably a negotiated contract, so it isn't necessarily going to be that anyway. But my question is, the exhibit was prepared at the max. What's the exhibit if it was prepared at the minimum?
7637 hourly.
And so that calcs to what in place of the 171 plus, then we're gonna recalculate benefits. And that would be true on the utility side as well.
Utility has a lot more.
The 242 is calc'd at the top?
Yes, let's see. Utility administrator, GM, 9766 at the minimum.
At the minimum?
Yeah.
And what was it at the top?
11660.
So do you have a range then, Jody, that, you know, the range that you've calculated for the difference is at the high end comparison? If we did this calculation that's on this exhibit at the low end, starting point salaries, what would the difference have been?
Bear with me, I'm looking for the worksheet.
I just continue with my narrative while you're looking because
Yeah, you have some more questions for me.
Well, you obviously weren't asked to do this because it's not on the chart. You may have done it for other reasons with regards to other items on our agenda.
I did the wage survey.
Right, but did you do it for also the assistant city administrator?
Did I? No.
That's
I
my
was
point.
asked to do the, I wasn't asked to do the assistant city administrator. I don't believe.
Right, and that's the point I'm trying to make. The analysis shows the differential for splitting the city administrator job that we have today into a city side and a utility side, and you presented the information for that. As I understood, the original question that was put before staff was, what's the difference in doing that and eliminating the assistant city administrator job, which is not part of what's here, and you didn't reevaluate that, but they could have used existing salaries for that, which we've discussed earlier this evening, because that savings is used against what was here between what are we paying today and what will we pay tomorrow under split with regards to this. And I think the appropriate analysis there is, what are you paying today and what would you pay at entry level for the job tomorrow? Because if you went and hired somebody, maybe you'd be at the midpoint in a contract negotiation, I don't know, but you wouldn't be at top. And that's what we've got here. And then this wasn't offset with the salary savings from the city administrator if you're looking for the net effect. You weren't asked to do that, but staff was. That's my point. And I don't know if you have that readily available, Jody. So as you recalculate the range from high to low, the differential, and then overlay the savings from the assistant city administrator's job going away, does that still yield an increase, as you said, or does that yield a decrease in overall cost?
So.
Because that was the question that was posed.
So you're changing what was asked?
No,
Yes.
absolutely not
Yes.
changing what was asked.
Go back to the original
You,
question.
you did not ask for if we remove the assistant city administrator position. There was no mention of it.
I'll ask Councilman Ellis if that was his proposal. I believe it was always split these two jobs and eliminate the assistant city administrator job. That was the proposal.
That was what council member Ellis has posted on social media. It was not what was requested. I was very intentional to give you exactly what you asked for.
Questions for Mr. Essman? So I just want to be clear of what I'm seeing. If we split from, if we did city administrator and then a utilities manager, it would have cost us additionally 62,000 on the city, 147,000 on the utility, or
Yes.
210,000
Correct.
more dollars
Yes.
At the high end. At the high end.
at the high end. Okay.
So.
Can I have the floor again, Mayor, for just one moment?
I'd like to give, if there are any other comments from council other than those that have already spoken. And then I'd like to go out to public comment and we can come back during additional comments.
I want to clarify what was just said, challenged.
We can do that after public comment. I'll take public comment right now.
Susan Jacobus, 18005 North D Street. A little history. Mr. Newton had started before I arrived, and it was at 140,000. Shakowski got pushed out of the nest. He went to 160 to handle the interim administration side. And during that area of 2017, it was pushed to make a one-size-fits-all position. It was going to be cost savings. It had its own issues with it. And part of it is what you've been seeing as during your budget cycles. Mr. Newton had no experience as city administrator. He does have extensive history and experience as a utility manager. That's what he was hired here to do. He went to over 200,000 when he was given the one-size-fits-all position. He was able to bring along a part-time administrator along with the police force. This hasn't saved you money. It has actually cost you money. So I can appreciate these numbers here, but you are looking at full-time pay for someone who attends a lot of outside club meetings and does part-time city administration work with the help of other people here on the floor. Assistant city administrator, an executive administrative assistant. And you always had, thankfully, Troy Shaven, who fulfilled the role prior to Mr. Newton being hired as utility manager, and he's still here. He never received any bump in pay to take on the additional title of assistant utility administrator. So the numbers you're looking at aren't realistic as far as 2 part-time jobs being blended into one. And taking a look at what the array is, I'm not sure that that was taken into consideration. You have a 50% utility manager and a 50% city administrator. And that's actually the job that is to be paid for. We have other positions with the city that are also shared. We have a public works director, carries also the title of city engineer, and yet he gets one paycheck and is compensated because he just is here for that extended period of time for one full-time position. Your cost savings on here also does involve taking away a city administrator assistant. But have you really been served truly well by keeping this position as one size fits all?
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving. I don't know where this came from as to why we have an assistant administrator that's a part-time policeman. We're short of police. It looks to me like you would like to see the policeman on the job and not taking time away from that. If you want a city administrator assistant, it looks to me like you'd hire one that isn't got another job in the city, especially a policeman. And I did see, I think in the budget where you're gonna have a police captain now, and I would assume that the person that's the assistant administrator now might be up for that job eventually. So are you gonna keep him on and pay him captain's pay? And to me, it looks like a big conflict of interest to be the assistant administrator. You work for the chief part of the time, and then you turn around and part of the time, he's the boss over the chief. I think that system needs to be rectified. And I don't know why we need an assistant administrator. We could do away and use that money for something else.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, now we're at comments from council. Councilman Yurger.
I don't know if Jody's got the numbers, and I guess I won't debate whether we asked for it properly or whether we didn't ask for it, because earlier this evening you said the assistant city administrator position was worth $88,000. And so my question is, what's the low end scale of what we're paying in the future if we split these jobs versus what we're currently paying for a single city administrator, utility administrator jointly? What's that number minus $88,000?
So Tyler, I've tried to share my screen. So I've updated the numbers on option 1 for the low end of the pay scale as outlined by Mr. Essman. So you can see on the city side, if we were to revert to a standalone city administrator without an assistant, there'd be only a $43,000 cost savings. On the utility side, however, it would be an increase of $100,000. That is at the low end of the pay scale, as outlined by Mr. Essman.
So then overlaying $88,000 savings for elimination of one job on the administration side, we'd end up with a net savings of roughly $30,000.
No, I've taken that number out. I have both the city administrator and assistant city administrator. Excuse me, these are, the reason for the difference is when the question was asked, what was the current amount for the city, assistant city administrator? The numbers that I'm showing here are for, assuming that the salary ordinance is passed. This is what the city administrator and assistant city administrator would make, comparing that to the cost of a single city administrator per the study. And that shows a $43,000 savings. You wouldn't need to add the 88,000. That's already taken into account when you're reducing the 90,753.
Councilman Ellis.
A couple questions. 71 that you put in there for the assistant city administrator, I thought you told us it was worth 88,000. Now you got 71, so help me out there.
That's what I was trying to explain. The amount that I listed previously in the 88,000 comes from his current salary right now.
Okay.
Is the savings would be 88,000 if you just eliminated that position today. With what's included in the budget right now, that number would be 90,753 instead of
Okay,
88,000.
that's including benefits.
Yes.
Okay, that's where we get the problem. You know, I'm not sure how I stated the question, and so I'm gonna let that go as far as, I really believe that city administration per study is 158,000. Seems really high on my investigations. And again, I'm not an expert. I just kind of go out and get the data. I saw city administrators ranging from anywhere from 135 to 155 in some of these cities that were mentioned here. So I'm thinking that's a little high. The going back to 2016, 2017, again, I have last year or 2 year ago budget. We had a budget for the city administration of 214,000. That means the city administrator was making 140,000 and his benefits were 70. So a total of 214. That number now goes up to, I'm not sure which number I should use here, but 370 is one number or 508 is another number. I think it's probably 370. So, you know, over that time, it's gone up dramatically just for the one city administration. So, and I think, you know, we can sit and pick over numbers left and right. I think this is probably a discussion for later. But right now, I just wanted to introduce the idea that we as a city council need to just make sure that we're doing the best for our citizens. And if that means looking at, you know, having two qualified individuals in two different jobs, focused 100% on those jobs, then I think that's something that we should look at. And so again, we're looking at cost savings. We're trying to figure out where we can come up with money for some 6 firefighters. And so I believe everything's on the table right now. And I would probably just thank you for the time and effort that was put into this, but it's probably for a conversation later. Thank you.
Councilman Legband.
I would totally agree. I think it's a conversation for later. We have some very important stuff to get through tonight, and it's already past 11:30. So I totally agree. It's time to move on and let's get some work done now.
There's no motion on this item, right? All right, I would, let's move on to item 2. Resolution 2021-131, approving the 2021-2023 collective bargaining agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police, local number 37. This time we'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. Before you tonight, you have the collective bargaining agreement that was tentatively agreed upon between the FOP and the management negotiation team. The agreement is a 2-year agreement beginning October 1st of this year. The FOP local union membership has approved the agreement, has voted to approve the agreement. It includes wage adjustments on comparability based on comparability in year 1 and a 3.5% for year 2 of the contract, and covers the general compensation benefits and working conditions of this labor group. The staff report includes some basic information of some changes that were made. You've probably reviewed those, so I'll just take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Councilman Ellis?
It's a little confusing here because it says the first year, they're gonna get a comparability of year
Mhm.
1. And then the second year, they're getting a 3.5.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure which one's gonna be more. Can you, is it the first year?
The comparability increases the first year are more than 3.5, but that is
That's
again.
kind of what I was assuming. I just wanted to make sure. It's kind of mind boggling because it's the same way with the other union contracts that we see in here. But I'm going back to the budget here and I'm seeing that when I asked the question earlier about the executive summary, how much does our employees cost? The first year is extremely low compared to the increase that it's going to cost us for the second year. So we're talking, the first year, it's going to cost us $212,000. And the second year, it's going to cost us $910,000. So it's not jiving to me because it sounds like everyone's getting the bump.
So one of the reasons, and Jody may be able to answer this better, but one of the reasons is even though the classification may be going up more, if the classification is going up 5%, that doesn't mean the individual themselves is getting a 5%. There's language in the contract. And I apologize, I would have to look at it, but typically, when you have large increases like this, I'm trying to look to see.
We're not
They-
getting large increases the first year.
Some,
212 compared to the second year. it's
well,
910.
I'm trying to explain what part of that may be. If the classification itself is getting a larger increase, the employee is not going to move up to that same step and get the entire bump. They're going to, one of the ways we did to try to manage our costs and manage that sticker shock the first year was we negotiated in there that they would get a smaller increase. They wouldn't get the full increase the first year. They would get a smaller increase and work their way up to that new maximum.
The second year, they would go up.
It depends on where they're at on the steps.
It just seems really bizarre. Do you have any explanation, Jody?
I sure do, because the number that you're looking at includes benefits. And if you recall, benefits, a large portion of our benefits is related to health insurance or
That's going
healthcare.
down, right?
And that is going down by 25%.
So we lost 25% in the first year.
Yes.
In the second year, we're back up, we're way up. So that's,
But the health insurance is steady for the 2 years.
so we lost a lot the first year. So a lot of people got raises, but it cost the city less because we had less insurance. We're okay. It just seems dramatic. 212 first year, 910 second year,
That's a pretty significant drop in insurance. That's not a common.
25%. Yeah, no, my insurance going up 30%.
Yes,
this year.
so-
My employees are
Yeah.
going up 30%. so.
That's not a common thing.
But your
to
guys
see.
are doing that because you're self-funded and you got 2 months reserve.
Yes, we've
It's
got a
not
surplus right
really,
now.
it's not really market driven. It's
Correct.
really cost driven.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Legban,
If there's no more comments, I'd like to approve resolution 2021-13.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 3, resolution 2021-132, approving the 2021 through 2025 collective bargaining agreement with the Professional Firefighters Association of Fremont Local 1015. This time we'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Human Resources Director. Repeat of the last staff report, except this is for the union representing the firefighters. This is for a 4-year agreement starting on October 1st. Again, comparability increases the first year, 3% for the remainder years of the contract. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilman Sukram,
Done, sorry.
questions for Jennifer? Councilman Ellis,
Comparable, so we're getting close, our firefighters kind of. I'm assuming it's a bigger bump the first year than the second year?
Yes.
Okay, and so our firefighters are becoming very comparable.
Yeah, the goal was to get them comparable, to get them closer to the middle is where we aimed, or a little bit above. Yeah,
And the list is essentially the same list he was using?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen,
If there's no additional comment, I'd like to move to approve resolution 2021-132.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 4, resolution 2021-133, approving the 2021 through 2023 collective bargaining agreement with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 251. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer McDuffie, Human Resources Director again. This is the AFSCME contract. Again, this is a 4-year contract. Not all of the positions in this bargaining unit were out of line with comparability. So we did make some comparability adjustments, but for those that didn't need the comparability adjustment, we negotiated a 3% rate increase for those classifications and then 3% for the remainder of the years. Happy to take any questions.
Questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
Jennifer, how many employees are part of this union?
Oh, goodness. Give me 1 second.
We got about 149 on the city side. This does not include utility side, right?
Yes, this would be, sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm not multitasking very well here. This would be the city side, and this is mostly library, admin staff, Parks and Rec, street department. That makes up the majority of it, of the group, of their bargaining unit. And there are approximately 37-ish that are in that bargaining unit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments from council? Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilwoman Ganem,
So moved.
Councilman Legban,
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 5, ordinance 5586 to approve government salary ordinance. Consider request to suspend the rules and move to final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Human Resources Director. This is a salary ordinance for the city or the government side of the organization. It does have the increases reflected in the ASME FOP and IAFF collective bargaining agreements. We also have recommended several non-union pay grade changes based on comparability. Again, those studies were done by Mr. Essman. I've provided a brief outline of those changes below. Overall comparability changes haven't been made for quite some time, so we did have quite a bit. Jody has explained in the previous meeting that one position, the Human Resources Tech 1, is being removed from this ordinance and adding over to the the utility salary ordinance, which places HR all on the utility side. We've also removed the office associate temporary classification because that's no longer utilized. It was only utilized in the library. There's another classification that better fits our needs and can do more. Have also added new positions for police captain and community crisis responder to reflect structure changes and additional services being added by the police department. So I am happy to take questions.
Questions for Jennifer? Councilman Yerger?
We'll have several.
Okay.
So we needed to do comparables. Who picked which ones were going to get compared? I assume you didn't compare everything in our ordinance.
We did.
You did compare everything?
Yes.
Any particular reason that the studies weren't provided to us as support for what we're looking at tonight?
No, trying to keep the packet to a reasonable size.
Too bad, because I guess it would be interesting to know what the details from the comparables were with the various communities that were studied, and I'm interested in understanding just how comparable some of these were, and that study analysis would have said all of that, but of course we didn't get it. So I guess that's unfortunate. When were the studies originally commissioned?
The non-union was done last year. And then the union ones were all done, the bargaining units were all done this year.
Okay, not so much interested in the bargaining unit ones as I am in the non-bargained ones. So those studies were commissioned last year. Any particular reason then why we're just now seeing the impact of the government salary ordinance as it relates to non-union now that it is September when this study was commissioned last year?
Because the intent was to do it this year with the new budget, because we did not have the budget allocations to do that last year.
I understand, but we've been given several drafts of the biennial budget since June, according to staff, although in June we didn't see much as far as the budget, but we've had one that was given to us in August, and we've had another one since. And so we would have had ample opportunity to have looked at the government salary ordinance information and its impact on the budget had we have been provided with information earlier on than tonight. Would you agree with that statement?
I would agree that you would have had more time to review it, yes.
Okay. And that's part of the problem that I have as a council member looking at the massive complexities of our budget and not being given information early enough in the process when it's available and just not given to us.
I wouldn't say it was available because the cost of living increase that goes on to that for non-union does depend on what is negotiated for the other unions.
But that's a separate issue. And I realize we've had this discussion with Jody before. Budgets are iterative. They're fluid during the course of the budgeting process. And so if we'd have known what some of these step increases were months ago, we could have had some discussion about this preliminarily rather than wait to tonight to have those discussions. I think you would agree with that. We could have had some of that this discussion.
We could have, yes, we could have had those discussions. we also had negotiations that we were trying to be mindful of, and not, some of these positions do tie very closely with some of those positions that are being negotiated for.
Well, then I have to ask, what does it take for you to actually, in your negotiations with the unions going forward, to change the dates associated with this? If we have a September 20th due date and you don't bring union negotiation settlement contracts till the day before, the meeting before, when we have to approve things, the timing of those negotiations isn't in the right place. And one of your negotiations should be to negotiate an earlier completion date in the future, so that we're not stacked up here trying to review things at the last minute. I just take that into consideration. I realize that's a discussion you have to have with the union folks. But the timing of when we have to do things and the timing of when you're completing these things doesn't mesh very well. I wanted to ask you also, one of the exercises that we just did earlier was to set, and the consultant did the work for setting separate step rates for a city side city administrator and a utility side city administrator. That work's been done. So we have them. One of the requests that we had was to put those in the ordinance. Whether we fill those jobs that way or not isn't really as relevant as the fact that we have them in the ordinance. Should we decide somewhere down the road to use that approach, we have the information that's been studied and it's codified in the ordinance. Any reason we don't do that?
I wasn't aware of that request.
I would also offer that Mr. Esmond just said that oftentimes the city administrator position is a negotiated position in terms of the dollar value. So for us to spend time artificially laying something in only to have it change based on the negotiated salary with the new city administrator seems like a waste of effort.
Well, we didn't seem to have any problems codifying in the ordinance the current city administrator's salary. I guess as options for us in the future, having those in there, even though they might be somewhat, and maybe they would have to be adjusted. So what? We change this ordinance whenever we choose. We've changed it several times during the course of the year. So I don't see that being an excuse for not listing those in there. It certainly can't be that we don't want to list them because we don't have any jobs that aren't filled in the ordinance. We have jobs that are not filled in the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Several. So having a couple more that aren't filled wouldn't be really bothersome if they had been included in the ordinance.
Like you said, we have some that aren't filled.
Okay. And I guess I defer to Councilman Ellis in some respects, but I believe that those were requested to be shown in the ordinance, whether we choose to use them or not. I think that was the request, have them priced out and have them reflected. Whether we choose to use them immediately or sometime down the road or never, doesn't really matter. We've done the work to price them out. You asked the consultant to do the work. We've done it, and I would hope that we would actually make use of it.
Councilman, your 5 minutes is up. Councilman Ellis.
Jennifer, help me out here a little, understand. So if we've got like a police lieutenant that's old pay grade is 27 and now it goes to 29. What happens to that lieutenant in October 1st? Does he automatically get a jump?
No, this will work again, like I explained earlier, that they will get an increase, but they won't get the full. So you said 27 to 29, is that what you said? So that would be, that pay grade itself would be about a 10% increase. They won't get a 10% increase. They're probably looking, and I don't have the exact number, so please don't quote me, but they're probably looking 5 maybe, because they would probably get a 2.5 with the step and then the 3% cost of living. So they're probably looking at 5.
So they're only getting 2 out of the pay grade, even though it's a 10% increase from 27 to 29.
Yeah, they would get 2. So actually, if it's a 27 to 29, that pay grade would get the 10% increase, but then they would also, it would end up being 13 because they would get the 3% cost of living too.
So again, we talked about how we're going to come up with money for firefighters. And I do appreciate the comparables, and I do want our employees to be paid right. But just be patient with me. As a solution here to take what we have and cut it in half and say, you know what, we're going to try to get you there this budget, but we're not going to get you there fully until next budget. And that way, how much money would that save us instead of taking somebody from a 30 to a 31.5, we would just go to a 30.5. And if we, instead of a cemetery sexton that was, that's the biggest jump there, 16.5 to 22.5. What if we just went to 18.5 initially? Would that be a cost savings to us?
I would. I can't
Just
tell you.
thinking outside the box
Well,
here.
and I can't tell you that for sure, because we would actually have to run it. It might not be, because just because the end result doesn't go up as much, the step they make this first year may end up being the same.
Could you do some calculations for that, bring that back to us? Because I'm just looking outside the box here, and I do want to pay our employees with the comparable. But I also think that there's ways that maybe we can not take a big bite of the apple. Maybe we could nibble at it now and then take another nibble in 2 years and get everyone where they need to be. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Lakeman.
Yeah, I would just say, I've heard those stories before. Oh, I'm gonna try and get you there. I've been a teacher. I'll try and get you there. Yeah, our insurance goes up 18%, but you get a 1% raise. So actually I lost money. So to tell an employee, I'll try and get you there, doesn't always cut it. So.
Any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
I'd like to put some documents in the record, please.
For a second.
There was a packet that I handed you first. It needs to go to everyone. And there was a packet.
It's the
that's
same
separate.
thing.
No, they're not the same thing. One is labeled Fremont pay scales. The other is labeled Fremont key government utility.
So
wage
they're all
scale
different.
changes.
Okay.
Two packets, they were different. So each council member should have two charts.
Two charts.
Jennifer, you might want to come up and see these.
Oh, we need to vote. Okay, motion to receive.
I made the motion. I just need a second.
Yeah, Councilman Ellis seconded, so.
Sorry. Motion carries 7-0.
I wanted to share these with the council to take a look at what the wage scales are in the city of Fremont and compared to the Fremont median income, which is on the left side of these charts in both cases, and what we pay and what the increases or changes in the top salary for these various positions are. I just want you to consider what you're looking at in that regard graphically. Same thing is true for the key wages that were described in the staff report as we looked at specifically some of those. And I guess I would wonder whether or not, in fact, there's an explanation by the consultant as the director of communication went up $15,000 in base salary low, and from $70,000 to $92,000 high. What changed in that job? That job was just recently vacated, as I understand it, and we weren't paying anything like that. So is there a different comparable? And before you answer, well, go ahead and answer. I reserve at least 30 seconds before my time runs out.
Sorry, the director of communication job is the dispatch center. It's not the grant and communications coordinator, or
Thank
the
you for
executive assistant.
Thank you for the clarification. Similar increases to the cemetery job, 40,000 to 54,000 and 56 to 76.
Your question is what?
How the comparables delivered that kind of an increase?
The comparables are what the comparables are. That's the cities that were measured against. And it's the midpoint of those cities that were measured against, those jobs. It's not what you do. It's what your market does.
What's the, okay, I have a slightly different question. This goes back to Jennifer. Do you know what the budget impact of a 3% COLA is versus a 1% COLA? Total dollars?
That would be a question for Jody. We referred to her when.
Okay, we built 3% into these jobs, is that correct? The general
We're proposing a 3% cost of living increase for all non-union.
Non-union.
That's what I
For the
said.
classifications.
That's what I just said. So I'm asking, what's the impact if you were using 1%? I'm wondering if the clock could stop while calculations are being made. Otherwise, I'm going to continue on with my questions.
I mean, it's hard on the spot, you know, to go
Okay.
3% to 1% and expect our, finance staff.
Thank you for making that distinction for me. So here's what I recommend. I make a motion to continue this item until the next regular city council meeting so that a couple of things can happen. We can insert those two job descriptions into the ordinance for the city side administration job and for the utility side administration job, which the consultant has already priced out. Whether we fill them or not, it's irrelevant. Just put them in the ordinance so that we have them there should we need them in the future. And at the same time, staff can look into what the cost of or the revenue, the expense difference is between using a 3% COLA overlay on all non-bargained employees so that we can understand what 1%, 2%, whatever that might be, to the point that Councilman Ellis was making with regards to, we're looking for ways that we could fund firefighters. And this might be an opportunity. I worked in private business for a long time. I can tell you there were many times when union contract, they got a COLA. We didn't. We didn't like it. And I'm all in favor of trying to have our employees earn the wages that they need. But the charts that I put out, that I asked council to take a look at here, will show you we have some significant bump. We have some significant administrative overhead relative to the mean income in this city. And I think it's appropriate for us to look at all the options that we have. So I make a motion to continue this to the next regular council meeting to have those questions answered.
It's a privileged motion, so we gotta go with it, right?
Well, it is a motion to table its privilege, but I just want to advise the council that this ordinance needs to be passed by Thursday in order for it to go into effect on time so that we're not breaching our union contracts and we're able to pay people accordingly prior to the October 1st deadline.
Thursday when?
This coming Thursday.
This coming Thursday.
Needs so that the publishing period can pass.
So we've worked our way up to a point where we're going to meet on and have final reading on the 14th, but we have to have everything that we want to do on this budget done by Thursday.
No, just for the salary ordinance.
There's a motion to continue.
I have a motion to continue on the floor.
Okay, second. Councilman Ellis.
I don't want to second that right now, just because I really hate that we're put under this pressure of giving this and saying we have to do this. What I am not going to do is not going to vote on a second reading today or a third reading. And I'm assuming that's why the city clerk has already made meetings for tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday. Is it possible that we can get the comparable information from the studies?
Yeah.
What do you mean outstanding?
We're gonna have that by Thursday?
No, they don't get an increase.
We don't have this by Thursday?
This is just absolutely unbelievable that we're up against this tight of frame and you can't give us the information that we can look at. Because as you can know from the conversation we've had earlier tonight, we're trying to find every nickel and dime we can. We're not.
Very well.
When is the negotiations going to be finished?
There's a motion to continue, so we either need to have a second or we need to not. You know, then we can continue on. Is there a second? Okay. Dies for lack of second. I would like to go to public comment and we'll circle back. Is there any comments from the public? Okay, additional comments from council. Councilman Legman.
Yes, I would like to thank you for all the work you've done, and it can't be easy. And then to say, oh, we're gonna COLA 3 here and 1 here, and it's not fair. It's just ridiculous to me. It is what it is. It's time to move forward. They've worked their tail off. They've got a negotiation with everyone. It's time to move forward. And give the people and the workers what they need.
These union negotiations are tough negotiations. Okay, they last a long time. Jennifer's been in there, our attorneys have been in there. Represent, you know, like police chief. I mean, we are, you know, sometimes it does take a deadline to get something done. And, you know, we're going at, you know, as fast as Jennifer can. And, you know, with an outstanding union contract out there still that we're working on, to discuss this in open session doesn't make sense.
I'll raise a point of order. We're off topic. We've already passed all the union items on tonight's agenda. This is a government salary board.
It includes unions.
I realize that the things that we just passed
So-
are in here for the union, and we've already approved those. This is where.
Councilman Yerger, I'm speaking.
Yes, and I raised the point of order. You can rule on it if you like.
I'm continuing my discussion. And again, I thank Jennifer, and we look at the COLA increases. And we look at, you know, a lot of part of this budget was getting our wages more comparable. That's why Mr. Essman was hired. And that's what we've been trying to do. So I just want to thank Jennifer. I know these couple months have been a lot of work. And you've gone through a lot. And they're not easy negotiations. And you know, our staff has been doing the best job they can. Councilman Ellis.
You know, I appreciate your comments, Mayor, but at the end of the day, this is a failure of the leadership to put the city council in a position we're in right now. So I don't know who failed, but for us to be in this position where we have to make a vote tonight and then tomorrow night and then the next night, that's a failure. And somebody needs to, I mean, we need to go back after this is all over with and say, this can't happen again. What do we need to do to put stuff in place? Because this can't happen again. This is if this is a tactic that's being used, it's being used wrong. So we need to be looking at union contracts 4 months from ago or whatever, before we start. And I don't care if they expire or whatever, we need to shift, because this cannot happen, putting the city council in the position we are now. I'm not going to vote for this for a third reading, which is going to force us all to come back tomorrow and all come back on Thursday. But I want to know the information so that we can look at our firefighters and say, you know what, we've given it the best we can. We've come up with every solution possible to come up with $500,000 more a year to finance 6 firefighters right now. And that's what I'm trying to do, is if there is a way that we can go from a 3% COLA to a 2.5%. Most government officials right now, I'm not sure what, I did some searching this afternoon and I was seeing 2% COLAs all over the place. So I don't know if that was wrong or if that was last year. But if we even just go from a 3 to a 2.5. We could save some money. We can do something. We can not bump these grades up, the full. Let's bump them up half and get them there the next time. Let's try to think outside the box and figure out how we can get this done. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Take a motion to introduce and hold first reading. Councilman Legband,
I make a motion to hold first reading of ordinance 5586.
Councilman Jensen,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor. First reading, all right.
Now first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees, repealing ordinance number 5551 and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication in pamphlet form and providing an effective date on first reading.
Now I take a motion to suspend rules and move to final reading. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion to suspend rules and move to final reading.
Councilman Legband,
And I'm going to say our staff did a great job and I trust them. And I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion fails 5-2.
Moving on to item 6, ordinance 5587 to approve utility salary ordinance. Consider request to suspend the rules and move to final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Human Resources Director. This is the salary ordinance for the utility side of the organization. Again, we have not completed negotiations for this contract. We have been attempting but have not reached a tentative agreement yet. So in an effort not to penalize non-union staff for not having a contract, we are proposing a 2.5% increase to all non-union classifications on the utility side. Again, there have been some adjustments for comparability. As you'll see, the Human Resources Tech 1 has been moved from the city to the utility ordinance. And we are also recommending the addition of an assistant wastewater treatment superintendent position to replace the supervisor position due to an increased operations of the wastewater treatment plant. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions? Councilman Yerger.
I'm curious as to when and how long ago we might have decided to put positions like the Director of Finance, HR, and Information Technology on the utility side of business rather than on the administrative side of government.
Could not tell you that. Predates quite a few of us.
I look back as far as I could. It's been that way for some time. I just don't understand why those positions. And I think at one time the city attorney might have even been over there as well. And I'm going like, those don't really seem to be utility side jobs to me. They seem to be city side jobs, realizing that we cross charge over there anyway. But in which ordinance they appear, it seems that they're misplaced. And I'm wondering if anybody has an answer to why those jobs are on the utility side rather than the city side ordinance.
Go ahead, Jody.
So those have been in place prior to my being here as well. I would think that it's been one of the best ways to explain it is these are shared services positions where we serve both the city and the utility, all of those departments. That includes IT, HR, finance, as well as legal. And I could be wrong, but what would make sense in my mind is the electric fund has a steady stream of cash flow where the general fund does not. And so our forebears might have decided that it was easier to cash flow those positions on the utility side. I honestly don't know. That's the only thing that comes to my mind, because when I speak with my colleagues that only have city operations, there are times right before the property tax comes in that they actually have cash flow problems.
I understand your argument. It seems to me that if that argument is used for the positions I just raised, I don't know why it wouldn't be used for the other government positions that sit over on the city side, and you'd put them all over there because there's a revenue source. The explanation still leaves a void as to why do we put finance director, HR director, and technology on that side and put everybody else in the administrative side of government on the other ordinance. You're going to cross charge one way or the other. It just seems strange to me that you don't put all of the administrative side work on the administrative side ordinance.
You see the amounts come over in the individual accounts and for HR and IT, and finance is included in the administration budget, the account 001-1015. The reason why there aren't other departments that just decide to join the utilities, as you've asserted, is because they don't serve both agencies. They don't serve city functions and utility functions. And that's what these positions do.
As far as comparables would go, Paul would do the same study because you got to look at both sides anyway.
You know, Mayor, I have to say this tonight. I've been waiting to say this on numerous occasions. The people sitting in the front of the room have to mic up and get the mic, and we're on a clock. The city administrator is not an elected official. He sits in the front of the room. During COVID, he sat on the side of the room where he didn't make as many sidebar comments as he does. I believe he belongs on the side of the room, or he belongs on the side of the audience. But if you don't want to do it that way, then I suggest strongly you at least need to do as Meyer Getchman did in the past when we challenged him on this. And the city administrator needs to queue up in mic like the rest of us do and be time for comment. So I protest. You're using up my time. Thanks.
All right, any other questions for staff? Councilman Ellis.
Just want to confirm the utility is getting a 2.5, but the city's getting a 3 COLA.
So the reasoning for doing that was we went conservative on the utility side because we don't have a contract negotiated. It may be revisited later once the contract is negotiated, but at this point, like I said, we didn't want the non-union staff to be penalized because there was not a union contract negotiated, because it has nothing to do with them.
So my question goes back to the Director of Finances. Could you just at least give us an idea of how much money we would save going from a 3% COLA to a 2.5 by tomorrow? Thank you.
So the amount from a city's perspective, using, when you asked the question earlier, I didn't understand that you wanted only non-union positions. If you're going with a COLA increase for non-union positions, a 1% increase would be just short of $20,000. So basically for each percent that you give, it's $20,000. That's for the city side. We weren't requested to and don't have the data available to flip a switch easily to identify the non-union employees on the utility side. I apologize.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
If there's no additional comments, I'll move to hold first reading of ordinance 5587.
Councilman Sukram?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Now have first reading.
Ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees, repealing ordinance number 5577 and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication in pamphlet form and providing an effective date on first reading.
Now I take a motion to suspend rules and move to final reading. Councilman Jensen,
So moved.
Councilman Sukram,
Oh, second.
cast your votes.
Motion fails 5-2.
Okay, moving on to item 7, motion to approve revision to Article 16 of the employee handbook as a result of bargaining agreement negotiations. We'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. As you probably noticed in the collective bargaining agreements that were approved, we made a couple of changes to the insurance. These are based on requests that we've had numerous times over the past years. So on the medical insurance side, we currently only offer employee only and family coverage. We've had requests to add an employee plus one coverage, which would allow the employee to add a child or a spouse to the coverage. This is cost saving not only for the employee, but also for the city because the total premium would go down. So we have included that in the collective bargaining agreements that we have negotiated. We've also had several requests for vision insurance, which is a very inexpensive insurance, but we've gotten quite a few requests for that. So we did negotiate that into the collective bargaining agreements as well. So again, to keep benefits consistent throughout the organization, we would like to offer those to our non-union staff. And in order to do that, we would need to modify the section of the handbook that covers insurance. So we have made some modification suggestions to be able to include that information, take some of the specifics out because it's a little too detailed as far as percentages and things like that. So we suggested some changes to make it a little bit easier to make adjustments on the end. Our plan is that we will go a year with this employee plus one, go a year or two, make sure that it makes sense and that's doing what we intend it to do before we decide to keep that long term. So I think that was all I had. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Jennifer? Councilman Yerger.
I just have one. I have no objection to the things that you raised. My question is this, since we're revising the employee handbook, did you only look at the things that needed to be changed relative to what we're working on with regards to budget and salary? Or did you look at other changes to the handbook that needed to be made at the same time?
We only looked at this article right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to approve the revisions to Article 16 of the employee handbook as it relates to the bargaining agreement negotiations.
Councilman Legband,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 8, special hearing to set final tax requests for the 2021-2023 biannual budget. Jody, this is just a public hearing, correct?
Correct. I'm looking here. This is, it does have a resolution that happens after the public hearing, but we need to have the public hearing first.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. I would consider continuing this. One, because you don't have your final numbers and you don't have a determination on where you're going to fund some of this, and you still have union negotiations to consider. This is all just passed in the first read. If anything were to be changed between now and final, then it wouldn't be the final. I mean, how do you consider the tax request before you have all the numbers in and approved and finalized?
Is there any comments from the public? I'll close the public hearing. Moving on to item 9, resolution 2021-135, setting property tax request $6,556,907.79 for fiscal year 2022 and $6,342,626.28 for fiscal year 2023. Jody, go ahead.
Okay, so the agenda itself has incorrect numbers in it.
Okay.
Just the agenda has the incorrect numbers. The resolution has all of the correct numbers. The resolution 2021-134, the property tax request for both years is $5,827,509.38. The resolution sets forth, this is from a template provided by the state auditor's office. As part of this hearing, we need to have all of these individual items separately stated.
Go ahead, Ryan.
So we're going to ask to continue this, correct, until next week?
Yes.
So it times out.
Yes, they can do that if they choose to.
Is that the recommendation, is to continue this?
Well, it depends on what the council's appetite might be to make any changes to the levied amount. Because this is last year's levy times this year's valuation gets you this property tax request. If there's any appetite for making a change, then please, let's wait and go to the next meeting where we can present that. But if the next regular council meeting on the 14th, the next reading, which would be the final reading. If council wants to stick with that particular levy amount, then it would be okay to pass this tonight, because we wouldn't plan to make any change to that property tax request. It kind of stands alone at this point.
Okay. Questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I don't have any questions. I'm ready to make a motion. So I'll yield to any council member that wants to comment.
Any other comments from council?
Hearing none, I make a motion to continue this item to the next regular meeting because of all of the items that we've talked about tonight that are in limbo that might impact what we would be doing in this regard, just as was indicated with regards to members of the public and comments made by the finance director.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Is there any other questions for staff? We already did that. Comments from the public? Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
So the amount that you stated, that includes the debt service, right? So that's the amount for the base and the debt service.
It's called the general fund. So the 5,827,000, that is for just the general fund. The amount for the bond fund is 515,116.90.
So the amount.
And that's in the resolution as well, under 1B and 2B.
So it's the amount that's on the state budget form, is that correct?
Yes,
That's 6,300,000.
the total is yes.
I thought you said 6 million something else differently last time, did you?
So Jody, what's on the budget form is no levy increase, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Same levy. Okay. Councilman Ellis?
I have to apologize. It's getting late here. And I kind of misunderstood what Yerger was asking. If we pass this tonight, it takes off the table the ability for us to adjust the levy at all. If we come back and say, you know what, we want to adjust it, such a small minuscule bump up to take care of the 6 firefighters, we can't do that because it was voted on tonight. Is that right?
As a resolution, it can be reconsidered at the next regularly scheduled meeting. Is that correct? Right.
Somebody would have to bring it back for reconsideration if they voted in the affirmative.
Right.
And you know what, I'm gonna make an, I don't know if I can do this, but make another motion to continue to the 14th, just to leave all options on the table.
Councilman Yerger?
I'll second the motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, what's next? Okay, adjournment. Take a motion to adjourn. Councilwoman Ganem,
So moved.
Councilman Sukram,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. See you tomorrow night at 5:30. Oh, tonight. Thank you.